Chapter 95. Aogera's face was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. Although Chiyu's punch did not hurt him, it did give him a fright. He no longer cared if he would accidentally hurt the sacred source. He gestured to the 5 cardinals who came with him. The golden light gradually became stronger. In the air, halos of about a meter in diameter appeared one after another. The halos emitted from Aogera's hands were the only ones that were special. This was because the halos that appeared from his hands were silver. If Yamu was here, she would be surprised to find out that the ability that the cardinals of the Vatican were using was the most powerful language spell of the cardinals. The halos kept increasing in number and floated down from the sky. Some of them landed on Chiyu's body, while others landed on the 3 holy knights. What surprised Chiyu even more was that these halos did not seem to be physical attacks, nor were they energy forms. No matter how powerful his Kirin thundercloud force was, he could not stop them from attaching themselves to his body. When the halos landed on Chiyu, he immediately felt that his body had become heavier and slower. Every time he launched an attack or blocked an attack from the 3 holy knights, it became more difficult. As for the 3 holy knights, they were the complete opposite of Chiyu. Under the effect of the halos, their sacred energy turned completely golden. Not only did their attack speed greatly increase, but the sacred energy that erupted from each attack was also several times stronger than before. The 3 of them surrounded Chiyu in a triangular formation, constantly launching wave after wave of attacks. Chiyu knew that if the halos in the sky continued to fall, he would become weaker and weaker, while his opponents would become stronger and stronger. If this went on, he could already predict what would happen to him. However, the 3 strengthened holy knights were too difficult to defend against. He had no time to attack the 6 cardinals. What put Chiyu in danger the most was the silver halo released by Aogera. If one of the halos landed on Chiyu, it would be more powerful than the 3 halos released by the Arch-Cardinal. Furthermore, it had the effect of restricting Chiyu's ability to absorb energy molecules from the air. This made the situation more and more disadvantageous for Chiyu. After all, even though Chiyu was the king of the Zodiac and had inherited the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Kirin, his power was only at 4 clouds, and he was up against almost half of the powerful forces in the Vatican. The difference was just too great. If Master Zagru was here, he might be able to solve the problem of the language spell. However, Chiyu was alone. He could only rely on his own strength to fight. As the halos continued to descend, Chiyu switched from being the main attacker to being half on the offensive and half on the defensive, and then from half on the offensive and half on the defensive to being all on the defensive. Although his gaze was still determined, he had already started to think about things that he did not want to think about. Just as Chiyu was hesitating about whether he should risk getting injured and charge out of the encirclement of the 3 holy knights, an uncoordinated sound suddenly made everyone nervous. The loud and clear bird cry caused the leaves to tremble. A huge golden silhouette rapidly approached from afar. The energy emitted by the silhouette was overwhelming. The huge pressure caused everyone present to pause for a moment. Be it Chiyu or the people from the Vatican, they knew very well what this bird cry and the huge amount of energy represented. Chiyu's heart sank. If the Golden Rock Eagle was here, then what about the Zodiac guardian warriors that were originally trapping him? The main forces fighting against the Golden Rock Eagle were Ruyue, Mingming, and Su Dong. How were the 2 women that he loved so much now? Based on how much they cared for him, they would definitely try their best to stop the Golden Rock Eagle for his own safety. But now that the Golden Rock Eagle had suddenly appeared, then Chiyu did not dare to think any further. He did not feel fear even when he was facing the huge power of the Vatican, but now it appeared in his heart. Chiyu's heart twitched slightly. He secretly prayed, "My lovers, my companions, please don't die." Chiyu was shocked. Aogera and the people from the Vatican were also extremely shocked. They had all witnessed the strength of the Golden Pung Eagle. Even after gathering so many Zodiac guardian gods, they were still unable to stop it. In that case, if they had to deal with Chi-Yu and face the Golden Pung Eagle's attacks, would they be able to withstand it? Aogera was a little hesitant. One of the holy knights that came with him was already seriously injured. After all, the Vatican was not like the Covenant of Darkness, who did not care about any consequences. Even the death of a Knight of Light would be a big blow to Aogera. After intercepting Chi-Yu, a sliver of hesitation rose in his heart for the first time. Aogera was hesitating, but the golden-winged rock eagle would not. It soared up to 90,000 miles. This short distance only took an instant for it to cover. The first thing the giant golden figure brought with it was a gust of wind. The giant golden wings, which had a wingspan of 10 meters, only needed a gentle flap to create an energy storm on the ground. Chi-Yu and the 3 paladins continued to fight, while all the Radiant Knights gathered together under Aogera's command. Their eyes revealed a trace of fear. Against such a powerful enemy, not a single one of these knights who had been nurtured by the Vatican retreated. At the same time, they gathered their sane energy and faced off against the golden-winged eagle in the sky. The golden rock eagle did not care about the Vatican. It only had eyes for Chi-Yu. To be more precise, its only target was the aura of Wen-Ting on Chi-Yu's body. It had waited for so many years to get the almighty beast Sarira. It just so happened that its biggest competitor, Tao Wu, was being held up by the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. To it, this was the best opportunity. How could it let it go? The huge wings retracted slightly, and 2 huge golden claws stretched forward. The claws were 0.5 meter in diameter. In an instant, 2 golden claws of energy grabbed towards Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu had been paying attention to the golden rock eagle's movements. His arrival had caused the 6 bishops to stop talking. The huge golden claws attacked, and the strong energy immediately made Chi-Yu and the 3 holy knights feel suffocated. "Bastard, what did you do to Ryue and the rest?" Chi-Yu roared, and the thundercloud force in his body completely exploded. He flung his body, and the 3 holy knights who were suppressed by the golden rock eagle's aura were thrown to the side. His right fist carried the surging Kirin energy and directly attacked the claws of the golden rock eagle. The black and silver light reached its peak at this moment. In terms of size, Chi was much smaller than the great golden-winged eagle, but in terms of aura, he wasn't the least bit weaker than his opponent. With a loud bang, the 2 claws completely disappeared, and Chi-Yu's body was already waist deep into the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. It was not because of the injuries he had suffered, but because he was worried for his lover and companions. Surprisingly, the golden rock eagle did not continue to attack. It flapped its huge wings, and the huge energy forced the 3 holy knights, who had already lost the ability to talk, to retreat. A pair of golden eyes stared firmly at Chi-Yu. Kirin's pure blood aura. "You are Kirin?" A low voice rang out, and the gaze he gave Chi-Yu was now more guarded. Chi-Yu said proudly, "That's right. I am Kirin's successor. Kirin's noble blood flows in my body." The golden rock eagle let out a strange laugh. "So what if you're Kirin? Didn't you ask me what happened to your companions? I've torn those who dared to stop the rock Wisdom King's descendants into pieces. If you're willing to give me the almighty beast relic now, I can consider letting you live." Chi-Yu's pupils contracted. "What did you say?" His voice was as cold as hell. At this moment, the people from the Vatican were completely shocked by the golden rock eagle. Although Aogera was also very powerful, people from the West like them could not imagine that a giant bird could actually talk. The golden rock eagle chuckled and said, "I've already killed your companions. If you want to live, hand over the almighty beast relic now." Having lived for tens of thousands of years, it had intelligence comparable to humans. When it discovered that Chi-Yu had Kirin's bloodline, it could not help but feel a little afraid. After all, there was no beast that was not afraid of Kirin's arm. The terrifying power of self-sacrifice was too powerful. Therefore, it started to use words to provoke Chiyu. As a 10,000-year-old beast, the golden rock eagle was extremely powerful. In its opinion, as long as it was provoked, Chiyu's defense would definitely be weakened. That would be the best time for it to attack. As long as it did not give Chiyu the chance to condense the ultimate Kirin's arm, how could this human, who obviously did not have the true power of Kirin, be a match for it? However, this was what the golden rock eagle thought. Chiyu's situation was completely different from what it had imagined. Hearing the news of the deaths of his companions, Chiyu suddenly laughed. Dead. They're all dead, right? The golden rock eagle was stunned when it saw Chiyu's smile. Why, aren't you with them? You're really a strange human. You can still laugh after hearing that your companions are dead. Chiyu said plainly, why can't I laugh? At most, I'll just accompany them in the underworld. We'll be together eventually. What's there to be sad about? Bishop Aogera. Ah, Mr. Chi, what are you trying to say? Aogera had only just recovered from the shock brought on by the golden rock eagle. At this moment, Chiyu's gaze was very steady, and so was his aura. He said calmly, as a bishop, I think you know very well that there are no eternal enemies in this world. And isn't the main purpose of the Vatican coming to Yen, Huang, this time for the sacred source? This big bird in front of us is the golden rock eagle of the East. His purpose is the same as yours. Therefore, if you want to obtain the sacred source, you have to defeat him. If you agree, why don't we join forces and destroy him first? Then we can discuss who the sacred source belongs to. How about that? Aogera's eyes flashed, and he said, Mr. Chi, can I understand that you want to make use of me now? Chiyu smiled indifferently. You can interpret it however you want. However, I can tell you that the great golden-winged eagle in front of you has already lived for tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid that the entire history of the Church isn't as old as it is. As the Eastern Protector, I possess the bloodline of a Qilin. Only I have a way to kill it. Due to the many years of cultivation, a Niden will form in the body of an Eastern ferocious beast. The energy contained within the Niden will not be any less than that of a saint source. At the very least, I can promise you that as long as you kill it, the Niden will belong to the Church. Aogera was tempted. When he saw Taowu previously, he had already thought of the NEI pill. Even without Chiyu saying it, he also knew what effect the NEI pill would have. A ferocious beast that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. In that case, how much energy would his NEI pill contain? At the same time, what Chiyu said was right. If they did not get rid of this golden rock eagle in front of them, the Vatican would not be able to obtain the sacred source. These Eastern creatures were simply too foreign to the Church. Although he still did not completely believe Chiyu's words, he knew that it would not end well for them to fight against the golden-winged great rock with just them. More importantly, Chiyu's previous performance had already gained Aogera's faint recognition. Even though Aogera was a cardinal bishop, he could not help but admire Chiyu's ability to kill one person despite facing so many experts of the Church, without falling into a disadvantageous position. All right, if that's the case, then let's destroy this ferocious beast first. Mr. Chi, you must remember what you said. Kirin, you're much calmer than I thought. I can tell that you don't have a good relationship with these foreign humans. How about this? Give me the giant beast relic, and I can help you destroy them all. I can even teach you some of the special abilities of the great Rock King lineage and help you become the most powerful Kirin. The Rock King's eyes were cold as he stared at the insignificant humans in front of him and snorted disdainfully. Kirin, you're much calmer than I thought. Chiyu smiled. Golden Rock Eagle, your offer is very attractive, and I believe that you have the ability to do so. However, do you think I will choose to cooperate with you? If you want to do it, then do it before it's too late. Among everyone present, only the Golden Rock Eagle could see the hidden coldness behind Chi-Yu's smile. Although the human in front of him was not angry, the hidden coldness was the scariest, and it made him feel a little uneasy. However, the Golden Rock Eagle could not give up on the almighty beast's relic. He had already cultivated for 10,000 years. As long as he could absorb the energy of the almighty beast's relic, his abilities would reach the same level as his ancestor, the Rock King. That was what he had always been pursuing. At this moment, although he was facing Kirin, he did not want to retreat. After all, the energy aura of this Kirin was far inferior to that of the real Kirin. Even if he used the ultimate Kirin arm, he would only be able to injure himself. While the Golden Rock Eagle was still thinking, the people from the Vatican had already made their move. Ao Guerra was not as young as he looked. No matter how talented he was, no matter how loyal he was to the Vatican, it was impossible to become a cardinal bishop without 50 to 60 years of hard work. As a veteran, he naturally understood the subtlety of the situation in front of him. He could also see that the Golden Rock Eagle seemed to be a little afraid of Chi-Yu, which made him believe what Chi-Yu had said earlier. After all, he had heard from the Golden Rock Eagle that the Zodiac guardian god warriors had been killed, and that Chi-Yu only wanted to use the Vatican's power for revenge. Helping him take revenge was beneficial to the Vatican. Perhaps in the end, they could not only obtain the sacred origin, but also the giant bird's NEI pill. The sacred origin belonged to the Vatican, or rather, to the Pope. As a cardinal bishop of the Vatican, the giant bird's eye pill should belong to him without a doubt. Under the influence of the balance of benefits and the trace of greed in his heart, Lin Fan's expression changed. While the Golden Rock Eagle was still conversing with Chi-Yu, Ao Guerra had already made a hand gesture to his subordinates. Golden light shone almost instantaneously. 6 halos of the prophecy spell landed on the Golden Rock Eagle's body. This time, the Holy Knights did not participate in the battle. Instead, they led the 20 Knights of Light and formed a human wall in front of the 6 cardinals. The holy power condensed, and together with the prophecy spell, it increased the aura of the holy power. Compared to when he was dealing with Chi-Yu, the prophecy spell now was clearly much more condensed. After all, Ao Guerra's emotions had calmed down. In the Vatican's training, anger was one of the original sins. In a state of anger, as the leader of the prophecy spell, under Ao Guerra's leadership, the power of the prophecy spell was naturally greatly reduced. At this moment, his emotions had calmed down. At the same time, he no longer needed to use the prophecy spell on the Holy Knights, so he immediately unleashed the full power of the prophecy spell. The Golden Rock Eagle was a ferocious beast, and Chi-Yu had inherited the bloodline of the king of divine beasts. In the face of the prophecy spell, he would not be restrained by the other party's energy. However, Ao Guerra was different. As a member of the evil alignment, when faced with the restrictions of the Buddhist energy, his power would be reduced. No matter how one looked at it, the holy power of the Vatican was mainly based on the energy of light. Even if the effect was not as good as the Buddhist energy of Zigru and Master Chongsheng, it still had a strong restraining effect. Moreover, although Zigru and Master Chongsheng had profound Buddhist energy, they could not compare to the combined energy of the 6 cardinals in front of them. In a moment of carelessness, the Golden Rock Eagle was immediately enveloped by the 6 halos. He felt his body tremble, and the energy in his body was greatly reduced. One must know that the Golden Rock Eagle had already suffered quite a bit under the attack of Zigris Living Saraira, and its cultivation had been reduced. At this moment, faced with the provocation of the prophecy spell, it was instantly enraged. The few invasions by the humans had completely triggered the ferocity in the heart of this 10,000-year-old ferocious beast. It no longer had any scruples, and directly attacked the people of the Vatican. Its giant golden wings spread open, and a strong wind blew. The golden energy covered the sky and the earth as it attacked the people of the Vatican below. As the Golden Rock Eagle attacked the people of the Vatican, Yu quietly retreated behind the powerhouses of the Vatican. He lowered his head and was silent for a moment, as if he wanted to think about something. However, at this moment, his mind had clearly gone blank. Ruyue's aggressiveness in the past, her gentleness later on, as well as that adorable Ming Ming and his promise to General Ji, all of these flashed past his mind. At this moment, Yu's heart was somewhat at a loss. His mind was obviously no longer clear, and there was only a strong hatred burning in his heart. He raised his right hand and stared at the black and silver lines, then at the powerhouses of the Vatican and the golden rock eagle that was shining with golden light. Yu's heart calmed down. At this moment, there was only one plan in his heart, and that was to take revenge. Yes, to take revenge for his beloved and his companions. As long as he destroyed all these detestable people in front of him, Wen Ting would also be safe. Tears flowed down Yu's face. Ruyue, Ming Ming, I've let you down. Master, brothers, is this all destined? If this is really the case, then let me end it all. Yu, have you really made up your mind? The voice of Xie Ji sounded faintly in the depths of Yu's heart. Yu said indifferently, Brother Xie Ji, do you think I have any other choice at this time? Fortunately, I am in Kirin and I will not die. I want to see all these bastards die in front of me. For my lover and friends, and for Kirin's dignity, at this time there is no other choice. Don't persuade me, okay? After a moment of silence, Xie Ji said, Since you have decided, then do it. Kirin's dignity cannot be violated. Last time, it stopped Yu because it was not a real crisis at that time. But this time was different. Facing so many people from the Vatican and a 10,000-year-old ferocious beast, Yu was alone. Although the Vatican and the golden-winged eagle were confronting each other, as long as the situation changed, Yu would immediately become the target of public criticism. As Yu said, he had no other choice now. Yu, don't. You can't do this. It's all because of me. It's all because of me, Yu. Wen Ting's crying voice was transmitted from the Kirin Pearl to Yu's mind. Yu did not answer, because at this time he did not know how to answer Wen Ting's words. His mind power directly blocked the Kirin Pearl. At this time, there was no longer anything that could shake his determination. A faint divine light shone from his silver pupils. Under the control of his mind power, all 4 types of thundercloud force were concentrated on his right arm. The massive thundercloud force was born naturally. Kirin's red appeared on its own due to the excessive concentration of energy. The fiery red light made Yu's body even more eye-catching. However, even the light on Kirin's red could not cover the black and silver airflow on the right side of Yu's body. The black and silver lines kept flowing towards his right arm like flowing water. A terrifying aura spread from his body. The massive aura not only shocked the golden-winged eagle, but also shocked the masters of the Vatican. After a short moment of surprise, Ao Gera did not stop Yu. This was because, as far as he knew, Yu was accumulating energy to deal with the ferocious beast in front of them. After truly facing the golden-winged eagle, the cardinal bishop finally felt the power of the ancient beasts of the East. Although the effect of the prophecy technique was very obvious, the golden-winged rock's knowledge attack had already sent 7 knights of light to meet their maker. If not for him and the 5 red-robed archbishops activating their holy power to defend themselves, they would have died. The golden-winged great ping eagle would probably be even more dangerous. Now he could only hope that the effects of the prophecy spell on the rock eagle would continue to stack up. He hoped that he could destroy this ferocious beast, and Yu's help would naturally be indispensable. The great golden-winged eagle and Ao Gera naturally felt the complete opposite of each other. After suddenly discovering the most terrifying power in his memory, he had already made up his mind to destroy all the enemies in front of him. However, he still couldn't help but feel a little afraid. His attacks slowed down for a moment, and he used this time to cast a few more prophecy halos on his body. After a brief moment of fear, it was followed by a torrential downpour. The golden-winged rock eagle also knew that the ultimate Qilin arm needed a certain amount of time to accumulate energy. Although this time was very short, if it could attack the human during this time, then the power of the ultimate Kirin arm would naturally be reduced to a certain extent. With his defensive abilities, it would be much easier to deal with it. Hence, after realizing that Qi Yu was about to launch the attack that he least wanted to see, the golden-winged eagle's eyes shone brightly. Its body twisted violently, and its huge wings flapped forcefully. At the same time, it spat out an oval-shaped golden ball of light from its mouth. As the light expanded, the energy aura of its entire body actually doubled in an instant. In terms of power, the golden-winged eagle was above Tao Wu. Furthermore, it was a 10,000-year-old ferocious beast. Its intelligence was also higher than Tao Wu's. After it spat out the NEI pill, it did not directly attack like Tao Wu. Instead, it channeled the energy back into its body, frantically increasing its own power, and released tens of thousands of rays of light towards the powerhouses of the Vatican. As soon as he sensed the golden-winged eagle's attack, Ao Guerra knew that something was wrong. He shouted, "Full defense, and give Mr. Qi a chance to know." The Vatican had been fighting against the Covenant of Darkness for many years, and had long developed a deep understanding of each other. 3 holy knights immediately appeared behind Ao Guerra. Lu Yuan placed both of his palms on Ao Guerra's back, while the other 2 holy knights placed one palm on each of his shoulders. The 3 holy knights channeled energy into Ao Guerra's body at the same time, increasing his power. The silver light that Ao Guerra emitted became almost tangible, and the Bible floated up. "Almighty Lord, bestow upon your most loyal servant the greatest power." The 5 red-robed bishops simultaneously raised their holy power to the limit. Their red robes swelled up due to the excessive energy. 5 rays of pure golden light were simultaneously channeled into the Bible in the air as they chanted loudly. Suddenly, the Bible released a strong silver light, condensing into a layer of light 10 meters tall in front of them. It actually blocked the golden-winged eagle's attack head-on. Qi Yu looked at everything in front of him, his expression calm like an ancient well. He had already slowly raised his right arm. In just a short moment of consolidation, his right arm had already expanded to twice its original size. Rays of black and silver electricity flowed continuously on it. At this moment, the light of the 4 auspicious clouds on his body had already disappeared, leaving only the surging black and silver energy. Qi Yu suddenly remembered the hint that Zagru and Master Chongsheng had given him. Back then, they had said that if necessary, he would rather give up the behemoth relic to protect himself. But could he really give up now? He was a hooligan, a ruffian. If the behemoth relic was someone he did not know, perhaps he would consider it. But that was Wen Ting. Not to mention the fact that he had a blood feud with Ru Yue, Ming Ming, and a group of Zodiac guardian god warriors. Even if he did not, he could not give up on Wen Ting. He did not know if the golden-winged eagle was too unlucky. If it had come a little later, he might have already used it on the experts of the Vatican. In the face of an enemy who was far more powerful than him, did he have any other choice? Chong Ming Temple. In the air, 2 light balls, 1 gold and 1 pink, were constantly colliding with each other. Zagru did not know how many times he had spat out blood. The light of the behemoth relic was obviously several times dimmer than before, but he had also achieved great results. Tao Wu's NEI pill was completely entangled by the powerful suction force produced by the behemoth relic. Although the true fire of 9 adoration was overbearing, it had no effect on the pure Buddhist aura in the behemoth relic. If it was a direct collision between the behemoth relic and the NEI pill, Tao Wu would definitely be able to completely crush Zagru's behemoth relic with his more than 6,000 years of cultivation. Unfortunately, his NEI pill's energy aura had been greatly weakened after colliding with Yama's all-out attack. Coupled with the siege of 3 constellation guardians and 6 Zodiac guardian gods, it simply could not spare any more energy to fight against Zagru. Angry roars kept ringing out, but Tao Wu's aura was still getting weaker and weaker. The true fire of 9 adoration on its body was obviously not as strong as before. Every time Yamu pointed her long scepter at it, the true fire of 9 adoration on its body would weaken a little. Tao Wu's originally strong defense had weakened a lot at this time, and deep wounds were gradually left on its body. The most ferocious attack belonged to Ryue. Even the 3 constellation guardians, whose strength was not inferior to Ryue, could not help but be shocked. Although Ryue had already suffered serious injuries in the battle with the golden-winged eagle, her crazy close combat attacks were constantly leaving deep wounds on Tao Wu. Even though her dragon claws had become charred black, she did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Chapter 96. Demonic White Tiger Palm Destruction. Su Dong did not show any signs of weakness as he attacked at the same time as Ilya's. His huge white palm shone with a bright luster. The black and white patterns on his mutated body were covered in sweat. The thundercloud force in his body was greatly depleted, causing his originally bright tiger eyes to become much dimmer. Although they were fighting for the same goal, Su Dong was clear that he was representing the Zodiac guardian god warriors. Hence, when he attacked Tao Wu, he did not hold back at all. The gold and white rays of light broke through Tao Wu's defense for the first time. Following an unwilling roar, Tao Wu's body finally collapsed. It rolled on the ground before it managed to stand up. However, the true fire of 9 amidst its body instantly weakened, and its aura weakened significantly. Cancer's CC, Pisces Garcia, as well as Ryue, Mingming, and Ian, took this opportunity to attack Tao Wu. As they attacked, Yamu raised her long scepter, and the goddess's forgiveness descended upon the world once again. However, this time, Tao Wu did not have the NEI pill to defend against it. Countless explosions rang out. Tao Wu's body was covered in blood. Its fierce eyes had already lost their luster. It struggled to charge out of the encirclement, but it was already too late. Especially Yamu's goddess's forgiveness. Although it did not cause much damage to its body, it penetrated into its huge body. All the wounds that appeared previously started to bleed. Tao Wu finally let out an unwilling roar. The cries of a baby sounded extremely mournful in the dark night. When Tao Wu's huge body fell to the ground like a mountain of gold or jade, the 3 constellation guardians could not help but cheer. At this time, Huguang finally found an opportunity. He was afraid that this huge, ferocious beast would not stop even after its death. He released all the poison in his body and directly injected it into Tao Wu's huge body. Tao Wu's NEI pill in the air had already stopped struggling. It was absorbed by Zagru's relic. Zagru spat out another mouthful of blood. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed into Yen Xiaoyi's arms. Yamu heaved a sigh of relief and sighed. Such a powerful, magical beast. Sure enough, the spiritual energy of the East gave birth to different species. It took so many of us to destroy it. Ryue was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Her dragon claws were trembling non-stop, and her body had already been attacked by the fire poison. However, her eyes did not look at the dead Tao Wu. Instead, she looked in the direction that Chiyu had left in. Ming was almost the same as Ryue. The rainbow-colored feathers on her body had become damaged, and some of them had even been burnt by the true fire of 9 adoration. But she was not excited about the death of the Swanee. She looked anxiously in the same direction as Ryue. Su Dong's expression suddenly changed. He saw a silver light rising from the north. At this time, the northern sky was constantly lit up with golden light. The silver light was so obvious that even in the dark of the night, he could faintly see that there was a black airflow around the silver light. Su Dong felt it, and so did Zagru. As a Sky-een, his aura was originally connected to Kirin. His expression changed. Not good. Chiyu must have encountered the golden-winged eagle. What ability is he going to use? How can the energy be so strong? Chi-Yu had never told the other Zodiac Guardian warriors that he could use the ultimate Kirin's arm. Not even Ryue and Ming-Ming, who were closest to him. It was not that he wanted to keep it a secret, but after becoming a Zodiac Guardian warrior, he had already come to a realization. One day, when his lover and friends were in real danger, he did not want anyone to stop him from using the strongest ability of Kirin. However, although Zagru and the others did not know what ability Chi-Yu was going to use, when the terrifying aura of the ultimate Kirin's arm rose, Zagru could clearly feel the change in Chi-Yu's aura. Ryue struggled to stand up from the ground. She gritted her teeth and endured the strong discomfort in her body. She opened the wings on her back. Chi-Yu's aura had already appeared. She naturally wanted to help the man in her heart who had already become her husband. Ryue, you need to rest now. Let me go. Su Dong supported Ryue, who almost fell. No, I must go. Chi-Yu is in danger now. Didn't you see the strength of the golden-winged eagle? How can he resist it alone? Ryue anxiously wanted to break free from Su Dong's hand, but she had obviously consumed more energy than Su Dong. She had already overdrawn her physical strength and suffered serious injuries. How could she break free now? Yamu stepped forward and said, I'm afraid that what Chi-Yu encountered was not as simple as the golden-winged eagle. When we participated in the battle, the people from the Vatican had already left. Although I don't know what power they used, I can feel that Aogera and his subordinates must have a way to catch up to Chi-Yu. As soon as she said this, the expressions of all the Zodiac Guardian warriors changed. Vol almost did not hesitate to run towards the north. Yamu said, Wait a minute. Don't rush. With your current state, it will be too late by the time you get there. After all, the energy fluctuations are more than 10 kilometers away. Zagru took a deep breath, and with Yan Xiaoyi's help, he forced himself to stand up straight. Miss Yamu, do you have any ideas now? If you can help us save Chi-Yu, the Zodiac Guardian warriors will owe you a big favor in the future. Yamu shook her head and said, That's not important. Let's get there first. Jessie, stay here and take care of the injured. Cece, you and Ilias come with us. As she said this, Yamu slowly raised the scepter in her hand. At this moment, her body was completely covered in holy white light. A layer of golden mist floated outside the white light. A low, chanting voice sounded. Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, I, as your spokesperson in the human world, please bestow the divine power of flight upon me. Send me and my companions to the other shore. The golden haze slowly dispersed into the surroundings. Under the signal of Ilya and Cece, all the other Zodiac Guardian God warriors, including Master Zaglu, except for Guan Ping, who had already fainted, gathered in the golden haze. Zagru seemed to have understood what Yamu wanted to do. A trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. He said to Yan Xiaoyi beside him, Little E, you stay here. Go take a look at Master Chongsheng. After that, help Guan Ping carefully treat his injuries. Your newly awakened healing ability should come in handy. At this time, Little E, who usually liked to joke around, also became serious. He agreed and ran towards Guan Ping. The golden mist became stronger and stronger. The Zodiac Guardian warriors, who had consumed a large amount of thundercloud force, felt much more comfortable in the golden mist. Sweat flowed down Yamu's beautiful face. However, her body was still as firm as before. As the light flickered, the golden mist formed a huge halo. Everyone felt their bodies tighten, and they actually broke free from gravity and floated up. Although she was worried about Chi-Yu's safety, Ryue couldn't help but be surprised by Yamu's strength. In the previous battle with Chino, although both sides had exerted similar strength, it was Yamu's 2 full-powered attacks that caused real damage to Chino. After an intense battle, this peerless beauty, who had inherited the body of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, actually carried 10 people and flew. Ryue knew that she didn't have such strength. Even if she and Chi-Yu joined forces, They might not be able to compare to this Greek beauty who was slightly younger than her. Everyone's eyes were focused on the other side. Their hearts were filled with anxiety and anxiety. Ugh! Cardinal Audra spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. The 3 holy knights behind him had already fallen to the ground, no longer emitting a trace of holy power, although the remaining Knights of Light had gathered behind the 6 cardinals. Their holy power had also been injected into the 5 cardinals, and they had lost the ability to fight. Audra's special Bible had turned into dust in the air, leaving not even a trace behind. The situation of the 5 cardinals was not much better than Audra's. The continuous use of the verbal spell and the super defensive spell, which required a large amount of holy power, had placed a huge burden on their bodies. At this time, the silver light screen in front of them had become dimmer and dimmer. One could even clearly feel cracks appearing on the energy surface. The golden-winged eagle was also filled with anger. The number of prophetic halos on his body had reached more than 100, and his strength had been reduced by at least half. Even the NEI pill that he had spat out was affected by the prophetic spell, and its energy was completely compressed within it, unable to be used. In terms of energy intensity, even if everyone present combined their strength, they would still be a far cry from him. However, the church's prophetic spell was indeed amazing, and it had actually greatly weakened his strength under such circumstances. In addition, after the battle at Chongqing Temple, the golden-winged eagle's overall strength was only about 1/3 of its peak state. However, at this time, the golden-winged eagle had almost dissolved all of the church's resistance. Although the prophetic spell was powerful, once the caster was killed, all the effects would immediately disappear. The golden-winged eagle was very smart, and he clearly understood this principle. Therefore, even until now, he did not have the slightest intention of relaxing his attacks. Unfortunately, Qi Yu would no longer give him a chance to continue attacking. At this time, Qi Yu's body had been completely enveloped by the black and silver light, and he had lost his original appearance. Just as the golden-winged eagle was about to concentrate all his strength on destroying the people of the church, Qi Yu's aura suddenly changed. All the black and silver energy actually condensed in an instant, and a huge, solid Kirin appeared out of thin air. Silver fur, black scales, a horn entwined with black and silver, and a 4-colored light pearl on his chest, all of which exuded the aura of a king from Kirin. At this moment, Qi Yu actually used the mutation of his energy to completely transform into Kirin's original form. Kirin's eyes were neither black nor silver. At this moment, his eyes were completely blood-red. The golden-winged eagle stopped attacking the experts of the church. Under the gaze of those blood-red eyes, he felt intense fear for the first time. It was a fear that could threaten his life. He had not seen the Kirin in front of him for thousands of years, but when he saw him again, he could not help but be shocked by the aura of a king from Kirin. In Kirin, you are actually the king of Kirin, in Kirin. The golden-winged eagle's voice was filled with surprise. It was no longer as low as before, but had become a little sharp. That's right. I have inherited the bloodline of Inkirin. Golden-winged eagle, today will be the day you die. There was no emotion in Qi Yu's voice. At the same time, his voice had also changed. If Ruyue was present, she would definitely be able to hear that Qi Yu's voice was very similar to the voice of the shadow of Kirin that appeared when he first saw Si. Kirin, do you think it's worth it? How about this? I don't want the almighty beast Sarira anymore, and I will leave immediately. What do you think? As the golden-winged eagle spoke, he spread his wings and slowly retreated. Do you mean that you want me to let you go? Unfortunately, it's too late. It's too late for you to regret. Moreover, I don't have the slightest chance to regret. At this moment, even I can't stop the flow of energy. Go die with my companions. No, I didn't kill your companions. They're still alive. The fear in the golden-winged eagle's heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, he finally understood why the experience passed down by his ancestors had once told him to never confront Kirin, who was already prepared to die. Although the aura of the ultimate Kirin arm was not as strong at this moment as it was at the beginning, the seemingly substantial energy had completely locked onto his body. At the same time, it had also covered all the masters of the Vatican below. Ao Gera already felt that something was wrong. "Mr. Chi, what are you doing? Your energy seems to have locked onto us as well." The huge ink Kirin looked up to the sky and let out a sorrowful howl. "Ao Gera, do you think I will still let you go at this time? The golden-winged eagle is going to die, and all of you will die too. You selfish, despicable guys, do you think I will let you go to harm my Ting-Ting? All of you must die. All of you must die. Golden-winged eagle, it's too late for you to say anything now. Do you think I will believe you? It turns out that a 10,000-year-old beast can also be afraid. How interesting. However, all of you must die now." Amidst the frenzied howl, Ink Kirin lowered his head. The golden-winged eagle screamed in shock and anger, and all the energy in his body swelled up without reservation. Even the energy in the NEI pill was not left behind. He was quite lucky, as he did not continue to cast the prophecy spell. Due to the time difference, some of the prophecy spell that he had been affected by earlier had already been dispelled. At this moment, his strength had recovered a lot. A huge golden light blocked in front of him, but he had no intention of attacking Chiyu. Instead, he used all his strength to set up a layer of golden light curtain, and his huge body hurriedly fled into the sky. Once again, he displayed the ability to soar 90,000 miles in the sky. However, could he escape from the ultimate Kirin arm's lock-on with speed alone? The answer was no. Time and space suddenly came to a standstill at this moment. Everything around him, even the drifting of a single energy molecule, came to a complete standstill. Ink Kirin's blood-red eyes were filled with endless sorrow, and the black and silver Kirin's horn erupted in an instant. At the moment when time and space came to a standstill, a large cloud of golden light appeared 100 meters behind Chiyu. Yamu and her constellation guardian, as well as Master Zagru, Ryue, Mingming, and the other Zodiac guardian warriors, all saw this scene clearly, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Even though Yamu had inherited the immense divine power of the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, her eyes were still filled with astonishment. Just as Chiyu had said, when the ultimate Kirin arm was activated, no one could stop it, and no power could stop it. Everyone watched as Ink Kirin, who was more than 6 meters long and was standing on a 4-colored cloud, raised his proud head high. The black and silver horn erupted, and a ball of black and silver light exploded in an instant. Black surrounded the silver, and the silver surrounded the black. It was like a whirlwind or a huge vortex. Because the energy was so immense, no one could really feel its fluctuations at this time. When the energy of the horn erupted, its diameter seemed to be less than 1 meter. However, when the attack of the ultimate Kirin arm really arrived, the golden-winged eagle's body froze in midair, and it could only wait quietly for the energy of the ultimate Kirin arm to cover it. Yes, cover it. There was only one result of covering it, and that was to delete it completely from this world. On the ground, all the plants in the direction of the ultimate Kirin arm were turned into flying ashes. This continued for thousands of meters, and it spread in the shape of a huge fan. The gully on the ground was as deep as 10 meters, and it looked like a man-made river. In a sense, Ao Gera and the experts of the Vatican were lucky. When Chiyu's ultimate Kirin arm erupted, the golden-winged eagle was running in the opposite direction of where they were. Therefore, they only suffered a little bit of the aftershock of the ultimate Kirin arm. However, this little bit of aftershock was enough to take away the lives of the remaining Knights of Light. At the same time, 3 of the 5 cardinals died from vomiting blood. The 3 holy knights were very lucky. They were behind Ao Gera, so they were not affected. At this moment, Cardinal Ao Gera finally showed his full strength. When the little bit of aftershock hit his body, a cross-shaped silver light lit up in front of his chest, barely protecting his body and the 3 holy knights behind him. However, when the aftershock passed, there was a clear shattering sound in front of A.O. Guerra's chest. Silver powder sprayed out from his clothes. It's over. Everything is over. Even the aftershock was enough to destroy almost all the experts of the Vatican. The golden-winged eagle, who had taken the brunt of the attack, had completely disappeared in the black and silver vortex. Not even a trace was left. The black and silver light was completely released. The huge Kieran's body also fell from the sky at this moment. Time and space were still. Everyone who was still alive could clearly see that the horn on Ink Kieran's head had disappeared. The 4-colored magic cloud under his feet had also disappeared. When he landed heavily on the ground, Kieran's body kept shrinking. Chi-Yu appeared. His high-spirited body looked extremely weak at this moment. What was shocking was that his strongest right arm had disappeared. Fresh blood sprayed out, leaving a ghastly mark on the ground. Time started to move again, and space returned to normal. However, everyone was stunned by what had just happened. They were stunned for at least half a second. The first 2 to react were Ruyue and Ming Ming. Although they were also shocked by what had just happened, they were still more concerned about Chi-Yu. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them pounced on Chi-Yu at the same time. Chi-Yu fell weakly to the ground. His usually tough body no longer had any energy fluctuations at this moment. The wound on his right arm was healing quickly. Fresh blood only spurted out for a moment before it was forcefully stopped by his Kieran's blood. Chi-Yu! The 2 girls cried out in grief at the same time and fell in front of Chi-Yu. Ruyue quickly pressed a few acupuncture points on Chi-Yu's shoulder to help him stop the bleeding. On the other hand, Ming Ming quickly injected what little thundercloud force she had into Chi-Yu's body. However, she was horrified to find that Chi-Yu's body was like a black hole. No matter how much thundercloud force she injected, there was no effect. Chi-Yu's face was very pale. He looked at Ming Ming and Ruyue. He smiled weakly and said, "So, golden-winged eagle really lied to me. You're still alive. This is really great." Ruyue said anxiously, "Don't talk first. How do you feel now? Did you overdraft your potential? Only you know Kieran's condition the best. How do we help you now?" Chi-Yu gently shook his head. "No, there's no need. Don't worry. I won't die. Do you know? Although I've lost my right arm, I've never been happier than now in my life because you're all alive. Is everyone okay?" "Are you still alive?" Ming Ming said with tears streaming down her face. "Yes, we're all alive. Except for Brother Guanming, who's seriously injured. We're all fine." Chi-Yu, you must be okay." Chi-Yu smiled and said, "Silly girl, I'm fine, but I'm afraid I can't protect you for a period of time. Golden-winged eagle, that bastard, lied to me, say you are all dead. Do you know? At that time, I didn't even about Ruyue. Actually, I also like Ruyue. Please don't blame her if you want to blame me. I really can't control my inner feelings." Ruyue sobbed and said, "Why are you still saying this at this time? Stop talking." At this time, the others had come to Chi-Yu's side. Chi-Yu looked at Zigru, who was also pale, and said with a smile, "Master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I protected the relic of the giant beast. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. Please help me protect her. She's a pitiful person. Don't let her suffer any harm, please. Let me have a good sleep. I believe when I wake up, I can go home. I don't have to feel the feeling of being afraid of heights on the plane. Seems not bad." His voice stopped here. Chi-Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His left hand tapped on the Kirin pearl on his chest. He used the energy Ming Ming transferred into his own thundercloud force and released Wen Ting from the Kirin pearl. "Chi-Yu, you idiot! Why are you so stupid? How can I be worth you destroying your life? As soon as Wen Ting appeared, she immediately pressed her hand on Qi Yu's shoulder. The red energy sealed Qi Yu's wound, leaving a thin layer of blood film. Unfortunately, Qi Yu was completely unconscious and couldn't hear her voice at all. What did you say? What do you mean by destroying your life? Hai Ryue asked anxiously. Wen Ting glanced at her and sobbed. Qi Yu used the ultimate Kirin arm just now. If he inherited the bloodline of an ordinary Kirin, he would have been dead by now. Even if he inherited the bloodline of the king of Kirin in Kirin and won't die, it will still take him 100 years to recover with his own recovery ability. 100 years, a whole 100 years. Silence. Whether it was the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Yamu, the Constellation Guardians, or the experts of the Vatican who survived the disaster, they all fell into complete silence. Chapter 97. Hai Ryue enunciated each word coldly. From now on, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the Vatican are irreconcilable enemies. Get out of Yan Huang immediately. When we meet again in the future, we will be enemies, not friends. Fortunately, Ru Yu was still somewhat clear-headed at this critical moment. The current state of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors was no longer suitable for fighting. She suppressed the pain and anger in her heart and issued an expulsion order to the people of the Vatican. Ao Gera opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. He was clear that with the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the Greek Guardians around, it was impossible to get the sacred source. The previous battle with the Golden Rock Eagle had already greatly damaged their vitality. With a gentle wave of his hand, those who were still alive carried the corpses and silently left the primeval forest. Seeing the people from the Vatican leave, and then looking at Qi Yu lying in Wen Ting's arms, Hai Ryue spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. Fortunately, Ming Ming reacted quickly and caught her in time. I really did not expect things to develop to this stage. There was a trace of sadness in Yamu's eyes. She looked deeply at Qi Yu, who only had one arm left, and said to Zagru, "Master, we have to go back too. When Qi Yu wakes up, please tell him that no matter what, I will be waiting for him in Greece. This is my contact number. I hope that during the next holiday, I will receive news of his recovery." Zagru took the card from Yamu, bowed slightly, and said, "Today's matter is all thanks to your help. No matter what, we, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, owe Greece a favor. We will definitely repay you in the future." Yamu did not say anything else. She led her Zodiac Guardian back in the direction from which they came. When they were out of the sight of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Leo Zodiac Guardian Ilias could not help but ask, "Miss, most of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors are already very weak. Isn't our purpose in coming to Yan Huang for the sacred source? The sacred origin is right in front of us. Why would we give up such a good opportunity?" Yamu sighed softly and said, "We still know too little about the mysteries of the East. Although most of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors are seriously injured, our condition is not much better. Moreover, didn't you see how terrifying Qi Yu was when he released his energy? I will never be able to forget that kind of destructive power. Can you guarantee that there isn't anyone else among the remaining Zodiac Guardian God Warriors who can unleash that kind of power? There's no need for too many. Just one is enough to destroy us. Besides, the special powers that Master Zagru possesses are extensive and profound. It's not something that we can afford to offend lightly. Rather than risking our lives to snatch something that isn't of much use to us, it's better to leave a good impression. Perhaps it'll be more beneficial to us in the future. After this battle, the growth of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors will probably accelerate. It's time for us to go back. Working hard to improve our strength is a better choice for us." Ilias sighed and said, "In the past, Miss always said how mysterious and terrifying the East is. I couldn't fully believe it. But after the battle with the beast today, I finally understood Miss's painstaking efforts. Miss, you're right. Maintaining a friendship with the East should be a good thing for us." Yama smiled and said, Sometimes nothing is not a bad thing. Although we made a wasted trip, we actually obtained a lot of useful information. It's a pity that after Qi you released that powerful energy. Sigh, could it be that in the Yen Huang language the heavens are jealous of geniuses? There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He looked back at the direction where the Zodiac guardian god warrior stayed, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. After Yamu and the others left, all the Zodiac guardian god warriors gathered around Chiyu. Zagru did a simple check on Chiyu's physical condition. Right now, he was probably the only one who could remain calm. Su Dong, Chiyu's injury is very serious. It's not suitable for him to travel for the time being. Ruyue has consumed too much energy and is also injured. How about this? You stay with Ming Ming to take care of them. When Chiyu's condition stabilizes, you can return to the capital. Take them back to the hotel first. The rest of you, follow me back to Chongqing Temple. I'm afraid that Master Chongsheng. Amit Ba, may Buddha bless us. 10 days later, Dragon Field Courtyard in the capital. Chiyu stretched his body and sat up on the bed. The bright sunlight shone through the window, bringing a strong sense of warmth to the room. The sky outside the window was blue like a gem, which could easily bring a good mood. The ultimate Kirin's arm had almost exhausted every bit of energy and potential in Chiyu's body. In the past 2 days, every time he checked his body, he felt empty. Compared to the previous Zodiac King Kirin, who was full of power, he had now returned to being an ordinary person. Or, in other words, he was not even as good as an ordinary person. At least, an ordinary person still had 2 arms. Walking to the window, Chiyu blankly stared at the bleak winter scenery of the courtyard outside. His heart was very calm as he raised his left hand to comb through his somewhat messy hair. Is everything over? Maybe, for me, everything is really over. He moved his body simply, and the feeling of soreness came again. It was still so powerless. Ah, why are you up? Quickly go back to the bed and lie down. You need to rest now so that your body can recover faster. There was a cry of surprise. Chiyu was sad to find that he did not even know how the person came in. After using the ultimate Kirin's arm, not only did the energy in his body disappear, but at the same time his spiritual power was greatly reduced. When he turned around, he saw Wen Ting walking in from outside. Today, 10 days later, she had completed the last transformation of the giant beast relic. The energy in her body was completely restrained, and she was not afraid of being coveted by others. Under her own strong request, these days, Wen Ting had been by Chiyu's side, taking care of everything. I don't need to lie down anymore. If I lie down any longer, my body will rust. Chiyu laughed. Looking at Chiyu's pale face, Wen Ting's heart twitched violently. She quickly walked to Chiyu's side, supported his left arm, and returned to the bed, letting him sit down. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have become like this. Wen Ting's eyes were red. She was already beautiful, and at this moment, she looked even more pitiful. Chiyu smiled, held Wen Ting's hand, and said, Big sister, please let me go. How many times do you repeat it every day? My ears are about to have blisters. Didn't I tell you? No matter who the giant beast Sarara is, I will still do it. This has nothing to do with you. Moreover, it may be a blessing in disguise. Look, although I have lost my previous abilities, I can still fly. As he spoke, a faint golden light condensed behind him. A pair of faint golden energy wings appeared out of thin air behind Chiyu. With a gentle flap, his body floated. It turned out that when Chiyu used the ultimate Kirin arm that day, he was surprised to discover that Ink Kirin's ultimate Kirin arm had a special characteristic. It was an ability that ordinary Kirin did not have. This ability was called mind snatching. The golden winged rock had been destroyed by Chiyu's ultimate Kirin arm. However, at the same time as it was destroyed, Chiyu's explosive energy had, in a sense, completely devoured the golden winged rock's body. It was not a simple devouring. Everything about the golden winged rock, including the Nei pill, had been devoured into his own body. The golden winged rock was a 10,000-year-old ferocious beast. Only the terrifying energy of the ultimate Kirin arm could do all this. After mind snatching, the golden winged rock turned into pure energy and was absorbed into Qi Yu's body. Qi Yu's body absorbed some of the golden winged rock's energy to replenish his own body. That was how he managed to maintain his life. Mind snatching was also the most important reason why Kirin was able to survive after using the ultimate Kirin arm. After mind snatching, Kirin would have all the abilities of the person whose mind was snatched. However, this was only in theory. After Qi Yu used mind snatching on the golden winged rock, other than the energy he absorbed to maintain his own life, the remaining energy of the golden winged rock condensed into a golden elixir with its original Nei pill as the center and sank into Qi Yu's energy center. At this moment, the remaining 7 blue sea thunder pearls that Qi Yu had previously absorbed were slowly revolving around Qi Yu's energy center. These energies were powerful enough, but it did not mean that Qi Yu could use them. After careful examination of Qi Yu's body, Zagru once told him that if he wanted to use these energies, Qi would have to restore his 4-cloud strength to gradually absorb these highly concentrated energies with his own thundercloud force. Otherwise, these energies could only be seen and could not be used. However, after all, Qi Yu had absorbed a lot of the golden winged rock's energy. After a few days of hard work, Qi Yu discovered that although he had lost all of his thundercloud force, he could barely form a pair of wings similar to the golden winged rock on his back under the stimulation of his mental strength. Although it could only last for about a minute, he could still fly. Of course, he could not fly more than 5 meters from the ground. After all, the energy was too insignificant. Qi Yu's body was now like a huge black hole. His cultivation was effective, but the energy molecules absorbed by his cultivation would be completely absorbed by his black, hole-like body. Only after 100 years of recovery and replenishing the large amount of energy consumed by the ultimate Kirin's arm could he become Kirin again and become the king of the Zodiac. If he could really wait until then, Qi Yu's ability could truly integrate the golden winged rock's ability, which was equivalent to adding wings to a tiger like Su Dong. However, it seemed that all of this was just a fantasy. When Ting sighed faintly, the worry in her eyes could not be concealed. "Qi Yu, you really don't blame me?" Qi Yu pulled Wen Ting's hand in front of him and kissed it lightly. He said, "Why should I blame you? Don't forget that I used to be a ruffian. I have always been a person who is easily satisfied. For me, this is not necessarily a bad thing. In the past year, everything I experienced was like a dream. In the past, I never thought that I would experience so much. First, it was Master Zagru who awakened me. After that, I obtained great power. Everything that I experienced in the short span of a year is more colorful than all of my previous experiences. Now, at most, I'll just be beaten back to my original state. I've lost an arm, but in exchange, I've gained so many friends and 3 lovers. This is really worth it. I'm afraid that anyone would be willing to go through the same experience without any hesitation. Anyway, you guys won't abandon me, and I'm happy to be free. Come, give me a kiss." "You're so annoying. You are still so frivolous." With Qi Yu's open-minded explanation, Wen Ting's mood became a little more relaxed. Looking at the smile on Qi Yu's face, she said softly, "Qi Yu, actually there is a way for you to recover immediately." Although Wen Ting said it very softly, Qi Yu's expression suddenly changed. "Don't say it, Ting Ting. If you really do that, I will immediately die in front of you. If I really wanted you to do that, I would not have used the ultimate Kirin arm that day. Compared to the ability I lost, you are 100 times, 1,000 times more important. I am not joking with you. Don't do that. Otherwise, I will really follow you regardless of everything." Of course, he understood what Wen Ting meant. The energy of the Ultralisk relic was so huge that it was definitely comparable to the energy consumed by Qi Yu when he used the ultimate Kirin arm. However, if that was really the case, Wen Ting would also. Therefore, as soon as Chiyu heard what Wen Ting meant, he immediately dispelled this idea from the root. Chiyu, Wen Ting wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chiyu. All right, let's not talk about this. It's all in the past. Come, let me tell you a joke, okay? Wen Ting was stunned and nodded gently. Chiyu showed a smirk at the corner of his mouth and said, One day a mosquito and a mantis went to peek at a woman bathing. The mosquito was very proud and said, Look, 10 years ago I bit her chest twice. Now it's so swollen. The mantis was not convinced and said, What's wrong with that? I slashed between her legs 10 years ago, and it's still bleeding every month. You. Wen Ting blushed and punched Chiyu lightly. You rogue. I've always been a hooligan. You didn't just find out today. This doesn't sound good. Then I'll change to another one. In terms of knowledge, Chiyu did not learn much, but he had a stomach full of such dirty jokes. An elephant asked a camel, Why is your boobs on your back? The camel said, Get away from me. I don't talk to things with boobs on their faces. The snake laughed wildly after listening to the conversation between the elephant and the camel. The elephant turned to the snake and said, What are you laughing at? Your face is on your boobs. You're not qualified. Although Wen Ting's pretty face became redder, she could not help but burst into laughter. The same laughter came from outside the door. Ru Yue, Ming Ming, and Master Zigru walked in together. Seeing them, Wen Ting subconsciously withdrew her hand from Chiyu's grasp. Chiyu smiled and said, You're all here. Zigru nodded gently and walked to Chiyu with the two women and sat down. Chiyu, you still don't forget to be naughty. As soon as we arrived at the door, we heard your dirty jokes. Chiyu felt wronged and said, I'm innocent. I'm just making Ting Ting happy. Do you want to continue listening? I have more. Ruyue smiled and said, Forget it. How can you say anything good? How do you feel? Do you feel better today? Chiyu puffed out his chest and said, I'm very good. I can do anything a man can do now. Oh, by the way, Master, I've always wanted to ask you. Now that I've lost Kirin's energy, do I no longer need four in that aspect? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three beauties in the room turned red at the same time. Three beautiful eyes stared at Chiyu fiercely at the same time. Zigru glared at Chiyu angrily and said, You! It's really hard to change a dead man's nature. Buddha is merciful. How could there be a lewd Kirin like you in this generation? You're dreaming. Although you've lost Kirin's thundercloud force, it doesn't mean that you're not Kirin anymore. In a sense, your Kirin's thundercloud force still exists, but it has become a negative number now. Only when you turn this negative number back into a positive number can you regain your previous ability. However, the thundercloud force has become a negative number, but your bloodline still exists. So, there's no difference in that aspect from before. However, with your current physical condition, I forbid you to do that kind of thing. Ruyue, you guys have to look after him. Ah, don't do that, Master. Look at me, I'm very healthy. Chiyu hurriedly looked at Zigru with a flattering look. Zigru said, Look at yourself in the mirror. Look at your complexion. You're still fine. You should recuperate first. Sigh, this matter can actually be said to be my mistake. I didn't expect the Golden Rock Eagle and Tao Wu to be so strong. Chiyu hurriedly interrupted Zigru and said, I say, you guys don't have to come in front of me to admit your mistakes one by one. We're all brothers. Isn't saying all this hurting our relationship? If it were you, you would have made the same choice back then. All right, from now on, I don't want to hear any of you saying that it's your fault. Master, instead of saying all this, why don't you tell us what we've gained from this trip to Yunnan? At the very least, I believe that our Zodiac guardian god warriors didn't embarrass Yan Huang. Zigru nodded and said, Under the circumstances of being surrounded by enemies and having two ferocious beasts, it's already the best that we could achieve this. The two ferocious beasts were destroyed, and the people of the Covenant of Darkness were almost completely wiped out. The Vatican had no choice but to leave Yan Huang after losing a lot of manpower. As for the Greek Zodiac guardians, they didn't gain anything. However, at least on the surface, Yamu, who inherited goddess Athena's abilities, helped us a lot this time. We owe them a favor. Qi Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Speaking of the Covenant of Darkness, how did you deal with Klinsmann? And what about Qing? Zagru said, "I released Klinsmann. I believe that releasing him is far more beneficial to our future than keeping him in Yanhuang or destroying him. Once he returns, there will definitely be some unrest in the Covenant of Darkness. At the same time, it will bring some trouble to the Vatican. There's another reason why I released him. Consider it a favor. That day, Master Chongsheng should have died from the energy backlash, but he gave his all to save him. According to Klinsmann himself, it was for our trust in him. All in all, although he belongs to the dark side, he is still a true man. As for Miss Su Qing, she originally wanted to come back to help protect you, but seeing so many beauties around you, she decided to leave. After seeking my opinion, she returned to Europe with Klinsmann." Qi Yu was shocked and said, "Qing went to the Covenant of Darkness with Klinsmann? Master, how could you? You fought Klinsmann, so you should know how powerful he is, especially his teleportation. Even you can't do anything to him. He's one of the top experts in the Dark Parliament. After this incident, he will definitely be more careful than before, especially since he still has to protect his beloved Qing. Therefore, I can let Qinger leave with him without worrying about her safety. Perhaps you don't know, but the Dracula family is not only the oldest and most powerful family among the vampires, but they also play a pivotal role in the Dark Parliament." Zaglu smiled faintly and said, "I've thought about it carefully before I agreed. Although Klinsmann is an expert in the Dark Parliament, he has a weakness, and that is his dead sister. I can tell that he has already completely treated Qinger as his sister. From this point of view, as long as Klinsmann is still alive, Qinger will not be harmed. You've also fought Klinsmann, so you should know how powerful he is, especially his teleportation. If it weren't for the danger of life and death, those vampire Grand Dukes would never dare to abandon Klinsmann, who is the head of a prince family. Of course, the more important reason why I agreed to let Su Qing and Klinsmann return to Europe was Su Qing's own will. She hopes to become a powerful mutant, and after absorbing the primordial blood of red gold, only under Klinsmann's guidance can she quickly become powerful. The main reason why Klinsmann ended up as our prisoner this time was because his strength was greatly reduced after releasing the primordial blood of red gold. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to restrain him." After listening to Zagru's explanation, Qi Yu nodded lightly and said, "Klinsmann really values Qing. Since they have already left, there is no point in me saying anything else. What about the rest? How is Brother Guan Ping's injury?" Zagru smiled and said, "It can be said that Guan Ping has benefited from his misfortune this time. This time, his injury is extremely serious. At least your life is not in danger, but he has been hovering on the edge of life and death. The firepower of Jamadi Real Fire is so strong that even his lion mastiff body in the Five Clouds realm could not withstand it. Fortunately, I took away Bian Shi's NEI pill in the end. In order to save his life, I used my Buddhist power to help Guan Ming take Bian Shi's NEI pill. He is still in a deep sleep now. Once he completely absorbs the energy of Bian Shi's NEI pill, not only will the Jamadi Real Fire in his body no longer pose a threat, it will also greatly improve his strength. I think it will at least send him to the Six Clouds realm. At the same time, he will also have a powerful fire ability in the future. The fire ability with the Jamadi Real Fire will be extremely powerful in terms of attack." Qi Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Finally, there is good news. It seems that our trip to Yunnan this time was not in vain." Zagru said, "Apart from your current situation, which is an irreversible loss, this trip to Yunnan can be said to be a great benefit for us Zodiac Guardian warriors. First of all, Under the circumstances of fighting as a whole, everyone has gained a lot of combat experience. Secondly, in the process of fighting with the strong, everyone's potential has been stimulated, which is very beneficial for their cultivation. However, the most important thing is still not these. Chi Yu was a little surprised and said, "Then what is it? Did you find a new Zodiac guardian warrior?" Zagru shook his head and said, "Not yet. Do you still remember that, Swanee? We, the Greek guardian and the successor of goddess Athena, worked together to destroy it. According to my estimation, at that time, Yamu must have thought that all of Swanee's essence was concentrated in its Nei pill, and that the Nei pill had already been collected by my living Saraira. Therefore, she didn't pay much attention to Swanee's body. In fact, from a practical point of view, Swanee's body is even more useful than its Nei pill." Upon hearing this, Chi Yu's interest was immediately aroused. "That's right. A 6,000-year-old fierce beast that can contend against a 10,000-year-old golden-winged eagle. This Swanee must have a lot of treasures on its body." Zagru smiled and said, "That's right. No matter what kind of fierce beast, the Nei pill is certainly the most important part of their energy, but it is absolutely not the whole. Comparatively speaking, the energy of the Nei pill is generally 30% to 40% of the fierce beast's total energy, while the rest of the energy is hidden inside its body. The energy of the Nei pill can be absorbed and used by us, while the energy of the fierce beast's body can only be stimulated and used by the fierce beast itself through the Nei pill. Even so, we can't directly use the energy of Swanee's body, but after thousands of years of imperceptible influence, Swanee itself is a treasure house. Amit Bagudgud. Swanee's bones are the best medicinal materials that can resist all kinds of cold toxins, and also have the effect of increasing yang energy. As for Swanee's meat, eating it can greatly improve all aspects of human skills. At the same time, Swanee's skin is extremely tough and can be made into extremely strong defensive equipment with only a certain amount of processing. At the same time, Swanee's essence is concentrated in its eyes, which have the ability to resist fire. Even in magma, it can protect its owner from being attacked by fire toxins. Chi Yu found it funny and said, "Master, why do I feel that we are more ferocious than those ferocious beasts? Not only do we kill them, but we also eat their flesh and use their skin." Zagru sighed and said, "This can't be helped. Buddha is merciful. Killing a ferocious beast will save thousands of lives." Good. Chi Yu smiled and said, "Master, you are merciful. Let us do this. My wives, first get some Swanee meat for your husband to eat. This kind of wild game is not something that we can usually eat." "Who is your wife?" the three women said in unison. After saying that, they realized the tacit understanding between them. They looked at each other awkwardly, and the three beautiful faces became even redder. Zagru shook his head helplessly and said, "Chi Yu, your current physical condition is indeed a little bad. If you want to restore Kiran's arm, it will not be something that can be done overnight. I have discussed it with Ryue and decided to ask a famous doctor to help you reattach your broken arm. What do you think?" Chi Yu was stunned and said, "Are you going to give me a prosthetic arm? What is the use of that thing?" Zagru shook his head and said, "Of course it is not a prosthetic arm, but a real arm." Chi Yu suddenly understood and said, "You are not going to find a dead person and then reattach the arm to me, are you?" Ryue nodded and said, "That's right. Your arm has not been lost for a long time, and now the meridians are still active. This is the best time. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity, it will be very difficult to reattach it in the future. Chi Yu, don't worry. The doctor we found is very famous in the world. As long as it goes well, it will not be much different from your previous arm. At least you can live an ordinary life." Frankly speaking, Chi Yu did not want to reattach a dead person's arm from the bottom of his heart. But looking at the three women's hopeful eyes and Ryue's deep concern, he really could not refuse. So he nodded and said, "Well, when will you invite the doctor over?" After all, one arm is not convenient, and I can only hug one wife. If I can get a new arm, I can hug all of you, hee. Ming Ming said with slight annoyance, I really admire you. You can think of everything in that way. You are indeed a hooligan. Chapter 98. Ryue said, I have already invited that doctor. Let him examine you first. If there are no problems, we will arrange for you to be hospitalized to prepare for surgery. Chi Yu said, I can go to the hospital, but the three of you have to take turns to accompany me. Wen Ting chuckled and said, Your tone is like that of a child. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Ming Ming and Ryue have to work and go to school, but I have nothing to do. Ming Ming said, I will be on winter vacation soon. I will too. Chi Yu's heart suddenly moved, and he said, What's the date today? Ryue said, The 10th of January. What's wrong? Chi Yu shook his head gently and said, It's nothing. All right, you can ask that doctor to come up. Ryue turned around and left. After a while, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Chi Yu's senses were, after all, stronger than that of ordinary people. Besides Ryue, he could hear that there were two other people. These two people's footsteps were very light and seemed to be somewhat different from ordinary people. The door opened, and Ryue led two people in from outside. When he saw these two people, Chi Yu could not help but be stunned. It was a man and a woman. The man looked about 40 years old. His face was firm, and his expression was very calm. He had a pair of deep eyes. The other was a young girl who looked about the same age as Chi Yu. Her delicate and elegant face and exquisite facial features looked so familiar. Chi Yu actually knew these two people. They were Shueiyue, whom he met on the way to Tibet, and Shueiyue's father, Shuei-in. Shueiyue was also surprised to see Chi Yu. Compared to the last time she saw Chi Yu, his temperament was clearly different now. It was just that his face looked very pale, and his right sleeve was empty. He was staring at her with his mouth agape. How come it's you? Chi Yu and Shueiyue said almost at the same time. The gazes of Ryue, Ming Ming, and Wen Ting suddenly became a little strange. Zagru, who was on the side, muttered to himself, How come he knows a beautiful woman? Shui Yin's memory was very good. Although he had only seen Chi once, he still recognized him at a glance when he saw him again. He said in surprise, So Mr. Chi is Ryue's friend. What's your arm? Ryue hurriedly said, Chi-yu, this Uncle Shuei-in is my father's best friend. He is also an expert in nerve connection. This time, I specially invited Uncle Shuei-in to help you treat your illness. Do you know each other before? Chi-yu nodded, and his gaze fell on Shueiyue. He said, When I went to Tibet, I met Miss Shueiyue on the train. What a coincidence. Originally, I was still a little worried. Since it is Uncle Shuei-in, then there is nothing to worry about. From Miss Shueiyue's medical ethics, I can see Uncle Shuei-yin's medical skills. Shueiyue said with concern, Chi-yu, what happened to your arm? Chi-yu said helplessly, It was an accident. It was purely an accident. A trace of sadness appeared in Shueiyue's eyes. She said to Shuei-in, Father, you must reconnect Chi-yu's arm. Without his right hand, he will not be able to create art. Create art? Ryue and the other two were stunned. They looked strangely at Chi Yu. Ming Ming said, How come I didn't know that you can create art? Shueiyue's pretty face turned slightly red. She said, Isn't it just creating art? I have seen the tattoo on Chi Yu's body before. It was really beautiful. It was the most exquisite art I have ever seen. Body art? Zaglu tried hard not to laugh out loud. You guys continue chatting. I'll leave first. Chi Yu coughed and said, Okay, let's not talk about this. Uncle Shuei-in, do you think there is hope for my arm to be reconnected? Shuei-in walked to Chi Yu's side and sat down. He said, I have to take a look first to be sure. Ryue hurriedly helped Chi-Yu take off his outer clothes, revealing the wound on his right shoulder. After using the ultimate Kirin arm, the wound on his shoulder looked very smooth. At this time it had already scabbed and there was a layer of purplish red on the surface. Shui-Yin took the medical sterilized gloves that Shui-Yu handed over and gently touched Chi-Yu's shoulder twice. He asked, "Does it hurt?" Chi-Yu shook his head and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It just itches a little sometimes." Shui-Yin frowned. He opened his right hand and attached it to Chi-Yu's right shoulder. Chi-Yu could clearly feel a warm current coming from his right shoulder. The blood vessels that were originally circulating suddenly accelerated. The comfortable feeling made his powerless body immediately shake. Shui-Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt the changes in Chi-Yu's body through the warm feeling. Strange, really strange. After a while, Shui-Yin let go of his hand. His eyes were filled with a strange look. Ming-Ming asked with concern, "Uncle Shui, can Chi-Yu's arm still be connected?" Shui-Yin said, "Did he really lose his arm less than half a month ago? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case." Wen-Ting said, "Yes, definitely less than half a month. We were all there when his arm was broken." Shui-Yin nodded her head and said, "That's even more strange. I've carefully examined his wound, and under normal circumstances, in such a short period of time, the wound should be able to heal, but the meridians and nervous system should still be in a damaged state. Only after a long period of treatment can they recover. However, his wound is currently fine on the surface, but the meridians and nerves inside have already been restored to a new system and are circulating on their own. This is more troublesome. If we want to reattach his arm, we'll have to destroy the wound once again and expose the meridians and nerves. Only then will there be a possibility of reattaching them. How about this? Chi-Yu, come to the hospital tomorrow and I will give you a thorough examination before deciding whether or not to reattach your arm. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation." From Shui-Yin's eyes, Chi-Yu even saw a bit of excitement. He nodded and said, "Well, thank you." Shui-Yin shook his head and said, "You don't have to thank me first. To be honest, now I don't even have 30% confidence. This has not happened for many years. In the past, even if a patient had a comminuted fracture of the shoulder, I successfully helped him connect his arm. But now it seems that your situation seems to be more complicated. If my judgment is correct, this situation is completely caused by you." Shui-Yu was surprised and said, "Dad, is it really only 30%? She was also a medical student. No one knew Shui-Yin's medical skills better than her. At this time, hearing her father's uncertainty, Shui-Yu could not help but be surprised. Shui-Yin nodded and said, "I am a doctor. I must estimate all the possibilities. Everything will wait until after the examination tomorrow. Yu, since you are friends, you can accompany them and chat for a while. Ryua, come out with me for a while." Ryua looked at Chi-Yu with concern and walked out of the room with Shui-Yin. Shui-Yu sat down where Ryua had previously sat and solemnly asked, "Chi-Yu, what happened to your arm? It couldn't have been broken for no reason, right?" Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, "This can only be said to be an accident. The specific situation is too complicated. When I have time, I will tell you again. Shui-Yu, are you working now?" Shui-Yu shook her head and said, "I am still in school, but sometimes I will follow Dad to learn. Dad is the person I admire the most." When Shui-Yin was mentioned, Shui-Yu's eyes were immediately filled with pride. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "This is also good. With your medical ethics, I believe that you will definitely be a good doctor in the future." Shui-Yu said, "Are these your friends?" Her gaze had already turned to Ming-Ming and Wen-Ting. Although she did not care much about her appearance and had devoted her body and mind to the exploration of medicine, she was still a girl after all. Suddenly seeing two beauties who were more beautiful than her, it was inevitable that she would have some comparisons. Without waiting for Chi-Yu to speak, Ming-Ming hurriedly said, "Yes, I am Chi-Yu's girlfriend." Wen-Ting, who was at the side after all, had lived for thousands of years. She only pursed her lips into a smile and lightly nodded. Ming Ming was worried about the condition of Qi Yu's arm and asked, Miss Shui Yu, can your father reattach Qi Yu's arm? After it is reattached, can it be like before? Will there be any sequelae? Shui Yu said, I can't answer you this question right now because everyone's situation is different. But what I can say is that my father has done thousands of reattachment surgeries. Up until now, at least 90% of the reattachment surgeries are no different from the original arm other than not using too much force. However, you have heard what Dad said just now. Qi Yu's situation is a bit special. I can't say for sure whether he can be treated now. You can go against it. As long as there is a trace of hope, my dad will do his best. Not to mention his relationship with Ruyue. Even if it is an ordinary patient, my dad will treat it wholeheartedly. Wen Ting said, Thank you, Miss Shui Yu. No matter whether it is successful or not, we are very grateful to you and your father. Qi Yu said, All right, don't keep talking about my arm. Let's talk about something else. Shui Yu, let me introduce you. This is Wen Ting. She is temporarily unemployed. This is Ming Ming. She is studying at Qingbei University. Shui Yu nodded to the two girls to show that they knew each other. Qi Yu said, Shui Yu, you and Uncle Shui can stay for a meal before you leave. Shui Yu was stunned and said, That's not good. Qi Yu smiled slightly and said, We have a special game. It must be something you have not eaten before. You can stay for a meal before you leave. I think Uncle Shui and Ruyue have finished talking. Let's go out together. This room is a bit small after all. As he said that, Qi stood up from the bed and moved his left arm. Other than his face being a bit pale, he didn't look much different from an ordinary person. Ming Ming wanted to help Qi Yu up, but he stopped her. I'm only missing an arm. My leg is fine. The four of them walked out of Qi Yu's room together. This was the first time Qi Yu walked out of his room since he came back. In the 3 days since he came back, his mind was focused on investigating the condition of his body. After testing various methods, he knew that the only thing he could do now was to wait for the Kirin arm to recover bit by bit. It couldn't be recovered by relying on any special cultivation method. The power of the ultimate Kirin arm was indeed terrifying, but the price that came with it was also huge. Shui Yin and Ruyue were not far from the door. When they walked out, the conversation between the two had already ended. Qi Yu took the initiative and said, Ruyue, since Uncle Shui and the rest are not outsiders, stay for a meal before you leave. Ruyue hurriedly said, Of course, Uncle Shui, I know you are busy. However, it's not easy for you to come to my place. You must do me the honor of having a meal before you leave. Shui Yin smiled and said, Since you young people are so enthusiastic, it would be unreasonable of me to not stay. All right, I haven't seen you for a long time. It's a pity your father isn't here. Oh, right, where has your father been all these years? He seems to rarely return to Yanhuang now. Ruyue said helplessly, You know Dad's character the best. As long as he and Mom go out, they won't come back for a year or two. The company is handed over to my brother and me to manage. I called them on the satellite phone a few days ago. I heard from Dad that they are now in Egypt. They may be back in a few days. I will definitely inform you as soon as possible when the time comes. Shui Yin sighed softly and said, You children have all grown up and we are all so old. It's rare that this old guy has so much energy and can still run around. In recent years, I have also brought up a few capable disciples. After a few years, when their skills are perfected, I also want to retire. Ruyue smiled and said, Uncle, you are still so young. Why are you talking about retirement? Shui Yin smiled bitterly and said, Although I am not 50 years old this year, I have been a doctor for decades. I am too tired, and I have neglected Yaya and her mother too much. After I retire, I must compensate them well. Dad, Shui Yu's eyes were full of happiness. Mom, and I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Shui Yin smiled and stroked his daughter's long hair. He said, "Don't worry, Dad won't let you wait too long." Looking at Shui-in and Shuiyu, the father and daughter, Chiyu couldn't help but be full of envy. If he also had such an outstanding father, how wonderful it would be. As he was thinking in his heart, he felt a little more warmth in his hand. Wen-ting had already held his big hand. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but feel that they were in the same boat. Shui-in looked at his watch and said, "Ryue, I can stay for lunch, but I have an operation in the afternoon. I can't delay it for too long." Ryue hurriedly said, "I understand. I will ask the kitchen to prepare. Let's eat early at noon today. Uncle, you go to the hall first. Chiyu? Chiyu said, "I'll go to the hall too. I've been back for a few days. If I don't move around, I'm afraid my bones will rust." Ryue looked deeply at Chiyu. The deep affection and gentleness in her dragon eyes couldn't be ignored. Shui-yin's eyes flickered slightly, and there was a hint of faint thought in his eyes. On the other hand, Shui-yu's eyes were filled with curiosity. Ryue went to arrange lunch. Chiyu and the rest went to the hall on the first floor of the villa. There was no one else in the hall. After the Zodiac guardian god warriors returned, they all went back to their own lives. Hu Guan and Yi and had returned to the Sacred Flame sect to handle the affairs. Yan Xiaoyi and Vol went back to continue their studies. Modi also continued to be her teacher. Even Su Dong had returned to Qingbei. After this trip to Yunnan, although everyone had returned to their previous lives, everyone felt very different from before. Now, only Guan Ping, who was still in a coma, and Ming Ming, who had temporarily not gone to school because of Chiyu. Even Ryue had returned to the group to work. It was only because of the arrival of Shui-in and her father that she had taken half a day off. Her poor brother had long been full of complaints. After all, there were too many things that needed to be dealt with in such a large group. The main course for lunch was naturally the tau meat that no one had eaten before. They chatted for a while in the hall. Everyone became more familiar with each other. Shui-yin's profound medical knowledge was an eye-opener for Chiyu. However, he could clearly feel that Shui-yin didn't seem to like him very much. But he couldn't figure out that feeling. "Hey, what meat is this? It tastes a little old, but it's very fragrant. There seems to be a special smell. I really haven't eaten it before." Shui-yu asked curiously after eating a piece of steamed tau meat. Chiyu and the others smiled slightly. Ryue said, "Sister Shui-yu, we can't answer this question for the time being. Since you like it, eat more. This is a very rare animal. It's very nutritious." While the special agents were talking, Chiyu kept eating. Although he only had one hand left, his movements were very fast. He was actually not slower than other people with two hands. There was also Ming Ming and Wen-ting next to him to take care of him. The first large plate of tau meat that was served, half of it went into his stomach. Chiyu found that his originally large appetite seemed to have become bigger after using the ultimate Kirin arm. His stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how hard he ate, it was difficult to fill it. Zagru said, "Chiyu, eat slowly. There are guests here." Shui-yin smiled and said, "It's okay. Let him eat. It's rare for him to have such a good appetite after suffering such an injury. Actually, from a scientific point of view, the nutrition that a person can take in every day is limited. But why are humans divided into tall, short, fat, and thin? I have studied it carefully. This has a lot to do with eating. The more you eat, the more nutritious it is, and the more helpful it will be to the body. Although this is not absolute for young men and women who are still in puberty, it is very obvious. At your age, you should eat more and take in more nutrients." Ryue smiled and said, "Chiyu is famous for his ability to eat. Uncle, you should also eat more. If my guess is correct, today's game will be helpful to your family's martial arts." "Oh." Shui-yin looked at Ryue in surprise. His family's martial arts, overlapping Sun Hand, was a very secret. Ryue said it so naturally. It was obvious that she was telling him that no one present was an outsider. The meal lasted for more than an hour. Although Shui had previously said that young people should eat more, when he slightly calculated the results of Chiyu's battles, he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Chiyu with an expression of looking at a monster. After all, Chiyu's appetite could not be measured by the amount of human food. After sending Shui and his daughter away, Ryue stood beside Chiyu and whispered, "Today you eat more than before. It seems that in addition to the ruffian Kirin and rogue Kirin, you should also add the title of rice bucket Kirin." Chiyu said aggrievedly, "But I can't eat more when I'm hungry. Maybe I can recover my Qilin arms sooner if I eat more." Ryue sighed and said, "I hope so. However, you don't have to be too anxious. In the past, it was very easy to be eager for quick success and instant benefits. Now, you must not be like this. Don't worry, you still have us. We will always wait for you to come back. Before you come back, we will do everything for you." Chiyu nodded, but in his heart he secretly asked himself, "Can I come back again? Can I return to the ranks of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors?" Zagru said, "Well, everyone go back to your room. You have just eaten swanee meat. I think it is better for you to cultivate and absorb as much energy and nutrients as possible." Chiyu said, "Go back. I want to take a walk in the courtyard, let alone eating swanee meat. I'm afraid that even if I eat phoenix meat, it would be useless to me." When everyone was about to object, Chiyu waved at them and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I really just want to breathe some fresh air. I am now half a cripple. You have to work hard. From now on, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors will rely on you to support them." Hearing Chiyu's words, Mingming and Yu could only helplessly nod their heads. Wenting said, "The swanee's meat has no effect on me. I'm of the fire attribute, so it's easier to digest. Let me stay with Chiyu." Except for the main villa, the rest of the Dragonfield courtyard was covered with a large number of plants. Unfortunately, it was winter and the capital was in the north. All that could be seen was desolation. It was a bit cold outside. Although there was no snow, the weather in January was still chilly. "Chiyu, are you cold?" Wenting helped him pull his thick winter clothes. Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Before I came out, I was wrapped like a dumpling by you guys. How can I be cold?" Wenting laughed and said, "It's because we care about you. Who asked your body to be cared for the most? It's so comfortable to come out for a walk. I feel like all the blood vessels in my body are active." While walking, Chiyu moved his body slightly. He clearly felt much better. Although the air outside was cold, it felt very fresh when he breathed in. When he took a deep breath, all the cells in his body would tremble. "Chiyu, do you know? I'm really sad now." Wenting snuggled up to Chiyu. Unknowingly, tears slowly rolled down her face. "Silly girl, why are you here again? Is my explanation not enough?" Chiyu gently wiped away the tears on her pretty face. Wenting lowered her head and said, "Although you don't blame me, I can't forgive myself. You are Kirin and Ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds. You had a great future, but it was ruined because of me." Although Ryue and Mingming didn't say anything. "But my heart is even more painful. It was I who destroyed you. Chiyu, I beg you promise me, okay?" Chiyu frowned and said, "That's impossible. I've already told you, very clearly. If you really choose to do that, not only will you harm yourself, but you will also harm me. Do you want me to go to hell with you and be a ghost couple?" Wenting said with tears in her eyes, "But I really, really want to make it up to you, even if you don't say it. Although you don't say it, no matter who it is, losing such a powerful ability will not feel good. If you don't give me a chance to make it up to you, I won't be at ease for the rest of my life." Chiyu looked at Wenting with some evil intentions and said, "There are many ways to make it up to me. It doesn't have to sacrifice you. If you want to sacrifice yourself to help me, it will only make me feel pain. It's better to directly devote yourself to me. What do you think?" As he said that, Chiyu reached out and hugged Wenting's slender waist. Only by hugging that soft waist could he really feel that delicate and slender waist. Although the winter clothes were very thick, Chiyu could still clearly feel the faint warmth of Wenting's skin. With such a decision in his arms, although his body hadn't recovered yet, he subconsciously felt it immediately. Surprisingly, Wenting didn't resist. She gently leaned into Chiyu's arms. "Is this really what you want? Chiyu, you have to understand that the huge energy of the giant beast relic is useless in my body. It can only be used if I give it to you. Moreover, I won't die. My consciousness will stay with you forever, and I will never be separated from you. That day, although I was kept in the Kirin bead by you, I could clearly see everything that happened outside. When I found out that you were going to use the ultimate Kirin arm, I really understood the feeling of love. I don't know whether you love me or not. Ruyue and Mingming are not worse than me in all aspects. But now I just want to be with you for the rest of my life and be with you forever. Only when we are truly integrated with you can I stay by your side with peace of mind. After I become a part of your body, it will be impossible for you to abandon me in the future." Chiyu tightened his left arm. "Ting, maybe you don't fully understand me. I'm a hooligan. Didn't our country say that when material civilization is satisfied, spiritual civilization becomes the most important? As a hooligan, physical satisfaction is my material civilization. If you really want to keep my heart, then you have to stay by my side and truly exist. I know you always think that it's because of you that I lost my ability, but if you really want to repay me, then you have to live well and live by my side. Do you understand?" Why do I feel a little hot?" Wenting suddenly changed the topic. When Chiyu looked down, he saw that Wenting's pretty face was covered with a layer of fiery red. She smiled and said, "You said that swan knees meat has no effect on you. It seems that it still has an effect. The energy contained in a 6,000-year-old beast is really extraordinary. I heard from the master that if it wasn't for the Buddha's power that greatly limited its ability that day, even if so many of you besieged it, you might not be able to destroy it. Well, I'll send you back. Hurry up and cultivate to absorb Swan Ni's energy." Wenting nodded and said, "I don't want to go back to my room. Let's go to your room, okay? I want to feel the existence of your breath at all times. Chiyu, you've eaten so much Swan Ni's meat. Don't you feel it at all?" Chiyu scratched his head and said, "I really don't feel anything at the moment. I just feel that my spirit seems to be a lot better. This Swan Ni's meat should be very nourishing." While speaking, he was afraid that it would affect Wenting's absorption of Swan Ni's meat, so he hurriedly pulled her back to the villa. The whole summer resort was filled with the energy of the fire attribute. Obviously, everyone had begun to absorb the energy of Swan Ni's meat. That Swan and I was very big, and it took a lot of effort to bring it back. It was only with Jida's help that it was successfully transported back by a private plane. Even if they ate it every day, it would be enough for all the Zodiac guardian god warriors to eat for a week. As soon as they returned to the room, the heat emitted from Wenting's body was very obvious. Chiyu hurriedly asked her to sit cross-legged and enter the state of cultivation. A faint heat flowed, and Wenting's body was covered with a layer of gorgeous fiery red. Chiyu's eyes revealed a trace of deep envy as he watched the surging energy aura. Now that there were no outsiders around, there was no need for him to hide the emotions in his heart. If he had always been an ordinary person, perhaps he would still be able to maintain an ordinary heart. However, how could he, who had once possessed such an enormous amount of energy, remain calm when he had suddenly lost it all? Chapter 99. Perhaps, under certain circumstances, there was still a possibility for him to recover? Even if he lost his strongest right arm, as long as he could recover Kirin's thundercloud force, it would be good. Closing his eyes, Chiyu no longer had the thundercloud force. He could only use his spiritual power to slowly circulate according to the previous cultivation method, hoping to absorb a part of the energy to circulate in his meridians. Under the effect of the ascending Qilin secret art, the external energy molecules began to slowly condense in his body. The speed of condensation was at least 10 times slower than before. When the energy molecules of various attributes entered Chi-Yu's body, they immediately melted like snow. His body was like a huge abyss, constantly devouring the energy that was absorbed. At this moment, Chi-Yu also clearly felt that the warm energy that appeared in his dantian was also being absorbed by his body. When he cultivated the ascending Qilin secret art, although the warm energy still existed, it didn't enter his meridians, but was continuously absorbed by his empty body. It was still the same, there was no effect at all. Chi-Yu couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Although he knew that it was useless to be anxious, he still felt an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. Do I really have to wait for 100 years? I might not even be able to move for 100 years. Inheriting Kirin's bloodline didn't mean that I'm the real Kirin. I'm still a human, and I only have the lifespan of a human. Do I really have to wait? In the history of the Kirin clan, have there not been any miracles? Even if it's only for a few decades, at least I still have hope. Although Zagru and the others didn't say anything, Chi was very clear that without him, it would be extremely difficult to find the best 3 Zodiac guardian warriors. At the same time, without the assistance of him who inherited Kirin's bloodline, the Zodiac guardian warriors would never be able to reach their peak strength. How can I lose my energy just like that? Oh God! Even if I have to lose a few decades of my lifespan, I still hope to regain my original status. Even if the time was short, a happy life was much better than a mediocre one. How am I worthy of Ruyue, Mingming, and Wenting now? Even if they didn't have that kind of thought, as time passed and they watched their strength increase day by day, inferiority complex would appear sooner or later. Chi-Yu's heart was in a mess. The ascending Qilin technique, which was already slow to begin with, suddenly became even slower. The energy from the swan knee's flesh was still being absorbed by his body, apart from feeling a little more powerful. There wasn't even the slightest bit of energy. Am I really going to go on like this? He barely managed to complete the cultivation of 7 Yunzhou. Chi-Yu's heart could no longer calm down. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was the huge energy in Wenting's body. Even when Chi-Yu was at his peak, he definitely didn't have such a surging energy. The fiery red light spread around in circles. The clothes on Wenting's body had disappeared. Of course, she wasn't naked. A layer of ruby-like scale armor appeared on the surface of her skin. The scale armor was somewhat similar to his original Ink Kirin armor and contained an unusually hot energy. Wenting looked very calm, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. It was obvious that her strength had improved with the help of the swan knee's flesh. Energy, energy. Chi-Yu forcefully clenched his left fist. He wanted to vent, but he was afraid that it would affect Wenting's cultivation. He could only silently sit there and watch his beloved woman cultivate, but he couldn't do anything. The energy in Wenting's body became more and more intense. The entire room of Chi-Yu was filled with hot air. Chi-Yu's body was already somewhat unable to bear this kind of heat. However, the pain in his heart stimulated his stubborn personality. He resisted the invasion of the heat and sat motionlessly in front of Wenting, quietly waiting for her to wake up from her cultivation. However, Wenting's cultivation didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, and the temperature in the room was still rising. Chi-Yu even smelled the smell of barbecued meat on his body. The clothes on his body had already turned into a burnt yellow color. However, he still endured it. His brain was a little dizzy because of the heat around him. Looking at the flowing light on Wenting's face, Chi-Yu's heart gradually calmed down. Even if he had already lost it, what was the use of suffering? The words that he used to comfort them should be used on him. The past was the past. Perhaps he should leave this place. Only by not seeing it would his heart be at peace. Thinking of this, Chi-Yu already had his own plans. Just as he was about to leave the room, the Kirin bead on his chest suddenly lit up. purple, blue, red, and green. Although the 4 colors of light were very faint, Chi-Yu could clearly feel the energy contained in them. Those 4 thundercloud force were so familiar. However, he soon realized that the appearance of these 4 types of energy wasn't caused by him, nor was it caused by the energy emitted by Wen-Ting. Instead, it was emitted from the inside of the Kirin bead. The 4 types of energy were exactly the same as his own. The energy that triggered them was the purest origin energy of Kirin's bloodline, the Kirin bead. Where did Kirin origin energy come from? Chi-Yu looked at the Kirin bead on his chest in surprise. He temporarily dispelled the idea of leaving the room. At this moment, the Kirin bead suddenly lit up. A dark red light floated out. As the light shone, an item suddenly appeared in front of Chi-Yu. It was Kirin hidden. The dark red light on Kirin hidden fluctuated slowly. It didn't seem to lose its effect because of Chi-Yu's energy. After breaking free from the Kirin bead, the area of Kirin hidden seemed to have increased. In an instant, it enveloped the entire room. The sunlight outside the window was blocked by Kirin hidden. The room suddenly turned dark as if it was shrouded by thick clouds. Chi-Yu wasn't worried when he saw this scene. Kirin hidden was still one of the 8 treasures of Kirin left behind by Wen-Ting's father. No matter what the situation was, it wouldn't hurt him or Wen-Ting. However, what did its appearance mean? A huge question mark appeared in Chi-Yu's mind. The pure Kirin energy not only made Wen-Ting, who was still cultivating, feel extremely comfortable. Even Chi-Yu's weak body felt full of strength when it enveloped him. It was very wonderful. Although he didn't have any energy, when he was enveloped by the energy of the same element as his, Chi-Yu's body felt comfortable both physically and mentally. "Thank you, child." A calm and dignified voice rang out quietly. Chi-Yu was stunned. He didn't know where this voice came from. However, just like the energy that Kirin hidden emitted, this voice that suddenly appeared also made him feel very close. "Who are you? What do you think?" The dignified voice sounded a little more gentle. A light flashed in Chi-Yu's eyes, and he cried out involuntarily, Could it be that you're the senior who created Kirin hidden, the father of Wen-Ting?" A silver light suddenly lit up in the pitch-black space. Under the illumination of the silver light, a stalwart figure appeared 3 meters in front of Chi-Yu. The tall figure looked very tall and straight. He was about 2 meters tall, and the proportion of his body structure was actually very perfect. His long silver hair was quietly draped over his back, and his pitch-black eyes looked very deep. His whole body was covered in a black robe, and his deep eyes were firmly fixed on Chi-Yu. "You're very smart." "That's right. I'm Wen-Ting's father, the eternal sinner of Kirin Team 1. The dignified voice sounded a little more lonely and indescribable sadness. The thick sadness was the same feeling that Chi-Yu had experienced when he first met Kirin hidden. "It's really you. So you're not dead. That's great. That's really great. If Wen-Ting knew that you're still alive, I don't know how happy she would be." Chi-Yu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and his heart was filled with excitement. His excitement was for Wen-Ting. The middle-aged man shook his head gently and said, "No, child, I'm already dead. After using the ultimate ability of Kirin's arm, I used my remaining energy to create Kirin hidden, cutting off my last trace of vitality. How could I still be alive? What you're seeing now is only the divine sense that I left on Kirin hidden." Chi-Yu's body trembled, and he said, "Divine sense? I don't understand what you mean." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "After all, the Qilin concealment is the only thing I left in this world. Before I died, a part of my soul naturally fused with the Qilin concealment. If the Qilin concealment doesn't have my soul, then it wouldn't be worthy of being called one of the Qilin octatic treasures. However, my soul has always been hidden in Kirin hidden. It can be said that I've been in a deep sleep, and I should never have woken up. However, under the stimulation of the giant beast's relic in my poor daughter's body, I actually woke up. To be honest, I really didn't want to wake up because when my consciousness and soul woke up, I would be tortured by endless self-blame. This time, when I woke up in the Thousand Search Tower, I heard everything you said and saw everything you did. At that time, I really wanted to help you, but unfortunately, I'm no longer the King Kirin of the past. I've lost all my power. So, I could only watch the tragedy unfold before my eyes. Why is it a tragedy? Is everything related to me destined to end in tragedy? No, I won't allow that to happen. Looking at the middle-aged man's face that had become distorted due to emotion, Chiyu's heart was filled with sympathy. Senior, although you were very wrong back then, you also suffered the most. After so many years, I believe that even if the other ancestors of Kirin were still alive, they would definitely forgive you. After all, love is not wrong. No, they won't forgive me. Even if they are willing to forgive me, I will never want to forgive myself. All right, let's not talk about the past anymore. I don't have much time left, and I need to return the spiritual force that I possess to Kirin Hidden to help you master its true power in the future. Now listen to me carefully. Chiyu nodded and said, go ahead. However, Senior, do you want me to wake up Wen Ting first? She must want to see you very much. No, there's no need. I understand your good intentions, but I can't see her because I don't have the face to see my pitiful daughter. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have to suffer so much pain that she shouldn't have. You don't have to worry. She can actually hear everything we are talking about now. It's just that she can't wake up under the influence of my Kirin's elemental energy. What I'm going to say is very important to you and her. The middle-aged man's emotions gradually disappeared. Chiyu said, then speak. The middle-aged man said, when you used the ultimate Kirin's arm, I saw everything clearly. Actually, you don't know how lucky you are. Although you have inherited Kirin's bloodline and have cultivated to a certain level, compared to a 10,000-year golden-winged eagle, you are still too far away. With your 4-cloud level strength, it is impossible for you to unleash the true power of the ultimate Kirin's arm. The reason why you were able to succeed that day was mainly because the golden-winged eagle was already injured. At the same time, under the influence of the Buddhist energy and those Westerners, your strength was greatly reduced. That was why you were able to succeed at the last moment and complete the soul stealing. Therefore, I say that you are lucky. At the same time, although you didn't unleash the true power of the ultimate Kirin's arm, this is also your luck. Ah, you call this luck? I have already lost all my energy. You didn't quite understand what the middle-aged man meant. The middle-aged man showed a rare smile and said, of course this is luck. Perhaps you haven't truly understood the meaning of the ultimate Kirin's arm. The ultimate Kirin's arm is a huge amount of energy exchanged by Kirin at the cost of his own life. When he destroys the enemy, he also destroys himself. You and I are both Ink Kirin. Ink Kirin has always been different in the Kirin clan because we have the ability to steal the soul. We can steal the vitality of the other party at the last moment to preserve our lives. However, although our lives are preserved, our own energy will also disappear because we used all our strength to unleash the ultimate Kirin's arm. That is an attack that completely overdraws our energy. However, no matter how powerful the ultimate Kirin's arm is, it is still energy after all. As long as it is energy, it has its own strength. Every Kirin's attack power of the ultimate Kirin's arm is different at different times and under different circumstances. For ordinary Kirin, of course, it is better to unleash as much power as possible, because that is the only way to destroy the enemy. However, this is not the case for Ink Kirin, because Ink Kirin will not die after using the ultimate Kirin's arm. Therefore, after we use the ultimate Kirin's arm, from the perspective of self-recovery, it is naturally better for us to unleash the ultimate Kirin's arm as little power as possible, because the less power we unleash, the less energy we overdraw on ourselves. If you want to recover your Kirin's arm, the first thing you have to do is to completely replenish the energy that erupted from that attack. Only then can you regenerate the Kirin's arm and regain Kirin's abilities. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, Chiyu had a deeper understanding of the ultimate Kirin's arm. He nodded and said, I have also thought about some of what you said. However, because I have lost my original ability, when I recultivate now, even with the assistance of the Kirin Pearl, my cultivation speed is much slower than before. If I can't strengthen my own thundercloud force, this cultivation speed will always have to continue. If this continues, I'm afraid that I will only be able to return to my original peak state after 100 years. The middle-aged man said, In theory, this is the case. This is also the reason why it is the most difficult for Ink Kirin to recover its energy. Back then, I was once the most outstanding genius of the Kirin clan, and the ultimate Kirin's arm has always been the trump card of the Kirin clan. Therefore, I have studied it carefully and discovered that apart from the known abilities, Kirin has another ability that other divine beasts and beasts cannot compare to, and that is eating. Eating? I have a feeling that there is no one who can eat more than me now. Chiyu touched his belly subconsciously. He had just eaten a lot of swanee meat at noon. The middle-aged man said, Yes, it is eating. Eating is actually one of the abilities of Kirin. As the saying goes, the mouth can eat in all directions. Eating is the main source of energy for any living creature. Whether it is Kirin or humans, this is a fact. Kirin can eat. As long as you eat something with enough energy, you will naturally be able to replenish the energy you have lost. Naturally, you won't need 100 years to recover. Chiyu was pleasantly surprised and said, Then what should I eat? Can human food do? Of course not. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, Even though ordinary food contains energy as well, it's too little in the end, and it's utterly insignificant when compared to the consumption of the Qilin arm. If you want to recover your strength, then you must eat food that contains an enormous amount of energy, and ancient ferocious beasts and divine beasts are the best choices. Kirin is the king of divine beasts. Naturally, it can't eat divine beasts. Therefore, what you need to eat now is a large amount of vicious beasts, or rather, devour. Devour their bodies and the energy they have. Ah, is it like the swanee I ate today? Yes, the energy contained in the swanee you ate today is very large, and it is very good for your body. You should also feel the changes in your body's energy. However, eating swanee alone is not enough. You have 4 attributes, so in terms of eating, you have to start from the 4 attributes. When the ultimate Kirin's arm explodes, the energy consumed can't be measured by the number of opponents you eliminate. Also, if you eat it, you will only be able to absorb 1% of the energy of the original dire beast. Although the rest of the dire beast's energy will also be absorbed by you, it will basically be converted into your body's functions. For example, it will make your body more resilient and defensive, or it will have a certain enhancement effect when you use the cloud power. Therefore, if you want to restore your strength as soon as possible, you must eat a large amount of vicious beasts. I will teach you a devouring skill. In the future, as long as you kill a vicious beast, as long as the vicious beast attribute is one of your 4 attributes, you can use this skill to directly devour it. It's best if you don't let go of the NEI pill. Wait a minute, Senior, I have a question. Chiyu interrupted the middle-aged man's words. Go ahead. Chiyu, if it's measured by energy, how many vicious beasts do I have to eat to make up for my loss? The middle-aged man thought about it and said, This number is not small. Ordinary vicious beasts have very limited energy, and the intensity of the energy is not enough. So you have to eat powerful vicious beasts to have an effect. You have to eat vicious beasts with at least 3,000 years of cultivation. I did a simple calculation. If it's 3,000-year-old vicious beasts, you should eat about 4,000 to 5,000 of them. As for 6,000-year-old vicious beasts, I think you should eat about 1,000 of them or even less. If you eat 10,000-year-old vicious beasts, then about 50 of them should be enough to make up for your loss. At the same time, under the influence of the energy contained in 50 vicious beasts, your strength can at least increase from the original 4-cloud realm to the 7-cloud or 8-cloud realm. Of course, This is closely related to the quality of the vicious beasts you eat. Senior, you're not joking, right? Just finding 4,000 to 5,000, 3,000-year-old vicious beasts will take a long time. It's hard to say if there are so many of them in the entire Yanhuang land. As for 6,000-year-old and 10,000-year-old vicious beasts, with the current strength of our Zodiac guardian god, not to mention a few dozen, even one is already very difficult to deal with. Even if we really find so many vicious beasts and eat them all, it will probably take about 100 years. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chiyu's initial hope immediately disappeared. After all, what the middle-aged man said was too unrealistic. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I'm just telling you the possibilities. Yanhuang is vast and bountiful. Don't think that the number of vicious beasts is small. Although it will be difficult to find them, as long as you have the heart, you will definitely be able to do it. It's a pity that absorbing the energy of the vicious beasts can only replenish your own thundercloud force by 1%. Otherwise, 1 or 2 10,000-year-old vicious beasts would be enough. Moreover, you've also devoured a golden rock. No matter what, I will impart this devouring skill to you. You just need to activate it with energy, and you can complete it." The contract shook his head and said, "Senior, I don't think I need this skill. Even if we can find enough vicious beasts according to what you said, I don't want my companions to take risks for me. I'm no different from an ordinary person now. Can I let my companions run around for my own sake? At the same time, they have to take care of the weak me. That definitely won't do. This time, I won't be lucky enough to deal with the Swan and I and the Golden Rock forever. If anything happens to any of them, I will never be able to forgive myself." Idiot, who said that your companions will help you capture the vicious beasts. What are you doing for a living? The middle-aged man's voice already had a hint of anger in it. Chi-Yu was taken aback and said, "Me? Did I hear wrongly? Since you know my current situation, you shouldn't be asking this." The middle-aged man suddenly laughed. "It wasn't easy for me to condense my own spirit and appear. If I didn't have a complete plan, would I waste so much time talking to you? Shut up! There's no need to interrupt. Let me finish." When Chi-Yu heard this, he immediately had some idea of what was going on. He nodded and quietly listened. The middle-aged man continued, "That's right. You have now lost all your energy. However, that doesn't mean everything. Don't forget, you still have 4 pieces of Kirin's octatic treasures. If you can gather all 8 pieces and obtain their recognition, even if you don't have any strength, I'm afraid that very few people can harm you. Although you only have 4 pieces now, as long as you use them well, they can still play a huge role." Chi-Yu wanted to say something, but he remembered that the middle-aged man didn't allow him to speak. He reluctantly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The middle-aged man looked at his hesitant expression and said, "I know what you want to ask. You must think that the Kirin's octatic treasures can only be used with a powerful thundercloud force, right?" Chi-Yu nodded. This was exactly what he was wondering. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "That's right. What I want to say now is also the most important thing. It's about your thundercloud force. Your original strength is 4 cloud. If I say that I have a way to restore your strength to 5 cloud, do you have any questions?" Chi-Yu couldn't help but say, "No. How is that possible? If that's the case, I don't need to devour the beasts anymore. Senior, don't tell me you have the same idea as Ting-Ting? That's definitely not possible. Bullsh *T. Ting-Ting is my daughter. How can I let her sacrifice herself for you?" The middle-aged man said angrily. Chi scratched his head and said, "I didn't study much since I was young, so I'm not very smart. Senior, just tell me directly. What do I need to do?" The middle-aged man said, "It's very simple. Let Ting-Ting be your right arm." "What?" Chi-Yu's eyes widened. The middle-aged man said, "After I got together with Ting-Ting's mother, I thought about the possible problems that could occur with living behemoth relics. As the greatest genius of the Kirin clan, I came up with a way to protect my daughter through my research on energy and the situation after the appearance of living behemoth relics, that is to fuse with her body. I think when Tingting was born, her mother must have placed the imprint I made on her. As long as that's the case, there won't be any problems. This time, Chi Yu didn't interrupt. He clearly felt that what the middle-aged man said was completely different from what Wen Ting thought. After all, as a father, how could he let his daughter sacrifice herself for someone else? This requires a tacit understanding between the two of you. Even I don't know to what extent the effect will be produced. Chi Yu, you know that although Tingting's body contains an unusually large amount of energy, as the main body of the living behemoth relic, she can't use this ability. It would be a pity if the energy in her body is wasted. There have been living behemoth relics in the past. When I was still very young, I carefully thought about whether there was a way to make the energy of the living behemoth relic be used without harming the main body of the living behemoth relic. After many years of research, I finally came to a theoretical conclusion. Now, whether it succeeds or not depends on your and Tingting's luck. Chi Yu was overjoyed. Senior, do you mean that you can transfer the excess energy in Wen Ting's body to me without harming her? In your dreams, how can there be such a good thing? The living behemoth relic is originally a creation of heaven and earth. In order to truly absorb it, you must sacrifice the life of the living behemoth relic. This is the way of balance of heaven. The method I'm talking about is not to transfer the energy in Wen Ting's body to you, but to let you temporarily borrow this energy under certain circumstances. Although it won't last for a long time, it will allow you to have at least the strength of a 6 Clouds warrior for a period of time. It should be enough to deal with some ordinary beasts. As you continue to devour the beast's energy to replenish yourself, when you truly return to your previous state, perhaps you can really absorb a part of the living behemoth relic's energy in Tingting's body. As for how much you can absorb, no one has tested it before, so I'm not sure. I can only say that it is very possible in theory. Temporarily obtaining the power of 5 Clouds is good too. It's much better than being a cripple right now. Senior, please teach me. The silver light around the middle-aged man's body weakened a little. His gaze also softened. As his lips moved, a strand of voice directly drilled into Chi Yu's brain, leaving an indelible mark in his mind. Chi Yu felt dizzy, as if there was something extra in his mind. Even he didn't know how long had passed. It seemed to be only an instant, but also as long as a century. All right, I'll directly imprint everything in your memory. This way, you won't forget it. Not only is there the devouring method, but there's also a method for you to temporarily use the energy in Tingting's body. Remember, Tingting's energy doesn't belong to you after all. You can only use it for 1 hour a day. If you exceed this time limit, it will greatly affect Tingting's body or even endanger her life. If you hadn't risked your life to save her, I would never have taught you this method. 1 hour? I think that's enough. Thank you, Senior. Is there anything else you want to tell me? The middle-aged man's voice was now obviously much weaker. In the flickering light, his figure gradually became blurry. Chi Yu knew that this tragic figure in the history of the Kirin clan was about to leave. Chapter 100. No one had ever experienced the feeling of being constantly monitored by their father-in-law. However, the momentary shock could not bury the ecstasy in Chi Yu's heart. The possibility of his strength recovering and the emergence of Kirin Yin's true ability filled him with joy. The burly figure quietly disappeared. A light lit up, and the room returned to its original brightness. Kirin Yin quietly descended from the sky and landed in Chi Yu's hand. Its energy fluctuations seemed to have weakened a little. Its energy formed a strange resonance with the Kirin pearl. Just as Chi Yu touched it, there was a flash of light, and Kirin Yin disappeared into the Kirin pearl. Hope made Chi Yu's blood seem to be burning, and illusions appeared frequently in his mind. The memory left by Wen-Ting's father was very deep in his mind, and it was not something that could be completely understood in a short time. Before Chi-Yu could think carefully, the scorching aura in front of him suddenly disappeared. Wen-Ting, whose body was covered in red scales, slowly opened her eyes. Without the influence of the scorching aura, Chi-Yu could clearly see the red scales that covered her body outline an almost perfect curve. Her slender calves, round and elastic thighs, her belly without a trace of fat, and her slender waist that seemed to be able to be held with one hand, coupled with her round buttocks and full chest, it was all very imaginative. Although the scales could cover her skin, they could not cover the indescribable curves that could not be praised with words. He came and he left. Wen-Ting said lightly, although her voice was calm. You could clearly see that the scales on her body were trembling slightly. He nodded gently and carefully pulled Wen-Ting into his arms. He stroked her long hair that had turned fiery red after the appearance of the scales, and his heart was filled with pity. Chi-Yu, tell me, why is he only willing to let me hear his voice, but not let me see him? Why is it that after waiting for so many years, when my heart, which was already in despair, was suddenly awakened by his appearance, he is still unwilling to see me? Wen-Ting's tears were very hot, and the scorching liquid wet Chi-Yu's slightly burnt clothes. Her delicate body trembled even more violently. If you want to cry, then cry it out. Uncle doesn't want to see you because he doesn't dare to. In his heart, it's filled with complicated feelings for your mother and a deep sense of guilt towards you. Ting-Ting, do you hate him? Hate? Chi-Yu, can you tell me, was it his fault or my mother's? Wen-Ting raised her head and looked at Chi-Yu with teary eyes. Chi-Yu sighed and said, they belong to different camps. Who can say who is right and who is wrong? Everything is in the past, they are all gone, but you are still alive. I think, whether it is uncle or auntie, they don't want to see you live in sorrow. Uncle doesn't want to see you, because he doesn't want to increase the pain in your heart. Wen-Ting leaned into Chi-Yu's arms and cried out in pain. Her delicate body that was pressed against Chi-Yu's trembled violently, as if she wanted to release all the sorrow in her heart. Chi-Yu didn't try to persuade her anymore, but only patted her back and used his heart to comfort Wen-Ting's sorrowful heart. He knew that only by releasing all the sorrow in her heart would it be better for Wen-Ting. Time passed, and when Wen-Ting was finally tired of crying, she fell into a deep sleep in Chi-Yu's arms. Her long eyelashes were still glistening with tears, and she looked very lovable. Chi-Yu only had one arm left, and his body was relatively weak. It took him some effort to carry Wen-Ting to bed, and he covered her with his quilt. He gently kissed her forehead and whispered, "Sleep, sleep. When you wake up, everything will be better." Chi-Yu didn't leave, nor did he think about the memories left by Wen-Ting's father. He just used his left hand to hold Wen-Ting's slender and soft little hand, and sat on the bed looking at her somewhat pale face. The red scales on Wen-Ting's body gradually faded, and her body was now completely naked. However, even if Chi-Yu didn't cover her delicate body with the quilt, at this time, Chi-Yu would only quietly protect her. The door opened, and Ryue walked in from outside. Seeing the scene in the room, she was stunned at first, and said softly, "Chi-Yu, I just felt a huge energy fluctuation in your room. Are you okay?" Chi-Yu nodded and lowered his voice. "I'm fine." "Ryue, come sit. I have something to say to you." Ryue closed the door and walked to Chi-Yu's side to sit down. She glanced at Wen-Ting on the bed, and with her dragon power, she naturally could clearly feel the aura of sadness coming from Wen-Ting's body. She had already heard about Wen-Ting's life from Chi-Yu, and now that she saw Chi-Yu holding Wen-Ting's hand tightly, she already understood some things. Is she thinking about her parents again? Chi-Yu sighed softly and said, "She is a pitiful person. Not only is she an orphan like me, but she also clearly knows about her own life. Sigh, just now her father appeared from Kirin's secret." Chi-Yu didn't need to hide anything from Ryue, and simply told her everything that happened in the room. After hearing Chi-Yu's words, Ryue's eyes lit up, and she said with surprise, Chiyu, you mean there's hope for you to recover? Chiyu nodded and said, although this is a very difficult path, it is still my only hope. No matter what, I have to continue down this path. Shortcuts are always risky, but don't worry, after going through so much, I'm no longer the reckless ruffian I used to be. Ryue thought for a moment and said, then what are you going to do now? Chiyu said, I want to leave with Wen-Ting for a period of time and find a suitable place to practice the cultivation method that her father taught us. Then we will go around the country to find traces of berserk beasts and try to restore our strength as much as possible. Tingting's father is the greatest genius of our Kirin clan, and the cultivation method that he researched must have its own reasons. With Wen-Ting and me together, nothing will happen. No, absolutely not. I want to go with you. I know the strength of the berserk beasts very well. What if you meet a strong one? Chiyu, I already belong to you. Don't tell me you want to abandon me. Ryue's mood has become a little emotional. Chiyu shook his head and said, of course not. How can I bear to leave you? You are my Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Ryue, you should know how much we Zodiac Guardian Warriors need you. I have lost Kirin's arm, and you are the most powerful Zodiac Guardian Warrior. Moreover, you have to take care of Longyu Group. How can you handle so many things? We won't be gone for too long. I have calculated that Wen-Ting and I will come back in July at the latest. At that time, Ming Ming will have her summer vacation, and it is also the time for us to fulfill our promise with Yamu. Although the ability that I got from Wen-Ting's father can't make me invincible, one thing can be guaranteed, and that is our safety. Kirin Yin was created by Tingting's father, and with Kirin Yin's real ability, even if we meet a 10,000-year-old berserk beast, we still have a chance to escape. So, you can rest assured that what we are really going to deal with are the 3,000-year-old berserk beasts and the 6,000-year-old berserk beasts that are not strong. You need to take care of this place. Although I can't bear to part with you and Ming Ming for the future of our Zodiac Guardian Warriors, and also for our future, this time I must go. But I really don't trust you. Ryue's eyes were full of worry. Chiyu chuckled and said, I am a man. What's there to worry about? Are you afraid that I will elope with Wen-Ting? I won't go to the hospital tomorrow. Please apologize to Uncle Shueyin. I will take my phone with me. How about this? I promise to call you every month, okay? Every month? Do you want to die? I will call every day. If I don't call for a day, I will go to you immediately. After having sex with Chiyu, Ryue showed the look of a Tyrannosaurus Rex for the first time and looked at him fiercely. Chiyu wanted to hug Ryue, but he only had one arm now, and his left hand was holding Wen-Ting's hand. He could only lean over and kiss Ryue's delicate face gently. Okay, I will call every day, okay? So, you agree to let us leave together? Ryue leaned into Chiyu's arms and said, I am not an unreasonable woman. This is your only chance. For me, for Ming Ming and Tingting, you must protect yourself. Do you understand? Since you want to leave, leave as soon as possible. Don't tell Ming Ming first. She is still young, and I am afraid that she will do anything to go with you. Chiyu thought for a while and said, Yes, you have thought it through. Well, I won't tell anyone. After I leave, you can apologize to everyone for me. When Wen-Ting wakes up, we will leave tonight. During my absence, the family will depend on you. Now the strength of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors is far from enough. You should urge everyone to practice more. I will try my best to pay attention to the other 3 Zodiac Guardian Warriors while I am traveling around the country. Wait for me to come back. Chiyu, can you come with me for a while? Ryue's beautiful eyes were full of reluctance. She looked at Chiyu so softly that Chiyu could not say no at all. He carefully put Wen-Ting's hand under the quilt, stood up and took Ryue's hand out of his room. As soon as they entered Ryue's room, Ryue immediately let go of Chiyu's hand and closed the door. She leaned against the door and looked at Chiyu faintly. Chi-yu was a little embarrassed under her gaze. Ryu. Before he could say a word, Ryue had already thrown herself into his arms. She took the initiative to hug his neck and kissed his lips crazily. Chi-yu immediately reacted after a short moment of surprise. He used his left hand to hold Ryue's delicate body. Their lips ignited intense sparks. Ryue seemed to be completely bursting with emotions in her heart. Her movements were somewhat wild, without the slightest reservation. Even Chi-yu did not know how long this kiss lasted. When Ryue's movements changed from wild to gentle, and when their lips parted, Chi-yu's left hand had unknowingly climbed up to the bouncy fullness of her chest. Both of them were panting very quickly. Chi-yu saw a strong affection in Ryue's eyes. That affection was as exuberant as a fire, as if it wanted to burn him. Ryue gently pushed Chi-yu down on the bed. Standing by the bed, she gently untied the lapels of her upper body. Chi-yu still had some rationality left. Ryue, it's not possible. The great master had said that it would take 4 people. It's not possible. It's not our first time. Don't tell me you think your body's condition is better than last time? What 4 people? I don't care. You said I'm a T-Rex. You're about to leave me for half a year. Even if I have to be weak for a period of time, I definitely won't let you off today. Chi-yu's gaze was already straight. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Right now he was somewhat speechless. Ryue's movements weren't fast. When she untied her outer clothes, revealing the light blue lace underwear inside, Chi-yu still didn't have any intention of refusing. After all, he was born a hoodlum and also inherited Kirin's dissolute bloodline. In this kind of situation, perhaps any normal man wouldn't possibly refuse. Ryue didn't continue to take it off. She just turned in a circle and said with a smile, "Am I not?" Chi-yu nodded his head foolishly and said, "Beautiful. Really too beautiful. You're simply the most outstanding creation of the Creator." The light blue bra had a circle of light lace around it. The exposed, snow-white hemispheres formed a deep ravine. Using his eyes to calculate, Chi-yu could feel that it was at least 36D in size. Moreover, that bamboo shoot shape was perfect. It wasn't like using the bra to support those plump twin peaks. Instead, it was more like Ryue's twin peaks were supporting the bra. Below was a slender waist. Although they were both slender, Ryue's waist was more elastic. With a slight movement, it seemed to contain explosive energy. Among the girls, Ryu's figure was the tallest, second only to Jida's girlfriend, Lanya. She was only about 8 meters tall, which made her have a pair of perfect slender jade legs. From the perfectly round and perky buttocks outlined a perfect curve. When it reached her thighs, it contracted and became slender. The kind of beauty that even a sculpture couldn't achieve was presented on Ryue's body. Wen Ting's temperament was elegant, while Ryue's was fiery. Even though she was standing there, she was like a ball of fire that was burning. Especially when Chi-yu saw that Ryue's thong with lace was completely revealed in front of him when she turned in a circle. Chi-yu's eyes also started to emit flames. Although the winter clothes were very thick, the small tent still appeared underneath. Ryue floated up and directly landed on Chi-yu's body. Both of her hands pressed down on Chi-yu's shoulders. Before Ryue could do anything, Chi-yu's hands had already wrapped around her waist. He suddenly flipped them over and pressed Ryue under him. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile. "Strange wife, I'm a man. Of course I should be the one taking the initiative." Ryue's bra was buckled in advance. Chi-yu lowered his head. Using his teeth, he directly took off Ryue's bra, releasing the bouncy fullness. After all, Ryue had done it with Chi-yu once before. Her pretty face was now as red as an apple. Both of her hands stared at Chi-yu's chest. If not, he would have bent down and said, "Tell me, have you done it with many girls before? Otherwise, how can your movements be so skillful?" Yu was already almost drooling. Baby, how can you still ask such a question at this time? Don't you know that this is a man's nature? I don't care. You've been skillful since the first time. Humph. And you still say that you're a virgin. The strength of Ryua's hands was not something that the current Chiyu could resist. He tried a few times but failed to break through her defense. A trace of sadness appeared in Chiyu's eyes. Are you bullying me because I only have one hand? Ryua was stunned. She hurriedly moved her hands away. No, Chiyu. Noah, you're cheating. Following her lovable moan, Chiyu had already taken the opportunity to break through her defenses and bury his head between her breasts. In an instant, Ryu's fair skin was suffused with a layer of red as her arms subconsciously wrapped around Chiyu's head. Chiyu exerted force with his left arm and moved his body upward. His solid chest pressed against Ryua's chest. He faced her face and smiled wickedly. Wife, you're hugging my head so hard. Aren't you afraid that I'll be suffocated to death by your treasures? If that's the case, it'll be big news. A certain man will be suffocated to death because his wife is too voluptuous. Ah, bite me. Ryua was embarrassed and annoyed. She raised her head and bit Chiyu's shoulder without hesitation. Although Chiyu's shoulder was in pain, a strange feeling arose in his heart. His lower body became even more erect. It pressed tightly against Ryua's lower abdomen. It was even throbbing slightly because of the strong blood rush. A faint feeling of spring filled the air. Ryua's dragon power was unreservedly transferred into Chiyu's body. As he moved further, Chiyu couldn't help but feel that one hand was not enough. However, at this time, he had already lost the ability to think. The last bit of protection left on Ryua's lower body had already been roughly torn away by Chiyu. As she let out a somewhat high-pitched scream, the thick erection broke through and returned to the warmth and wetness that he had once enjoyed. Ryua's somewhat astonishing slender legs wrapped around Chiyu's waist. Chiyu frantically kissed every inch of Ryua's upper body. At the same time, he moved his left hand under Ryua's perky buttocks. He forcefully lifted them up, making their bodies even more closely connected. Kirin and the dragon had completely merged into one. Chiyu's body was indeed relatively weak. However, with the support of Ryua's dragon power, Kirin's sexual ability was not inferior to before. Under the entanglement of Ryua's elastic thighs, he continuously launched wave after wave of powerful impact. Ryua's moans gradually became louder. The villa's soundproofing was very good. She didn't need to worry about anything at all. The thick feeling of spring constantly filled the room. The two's bodies and minds were completely open. Their souls and desires became one, making their hearts even closer. Ah! When Ryua's delicate body spasmed for the fourth time in extreme pleasure, Chiyu felt as if all 36,000 pores on his body had opened at the same time. A strong sense of comfort, accompanied by the essence of life, gushed out. At this time, Ryua's body had become extremely sensitive. Under his scorching and powerful spurts, she quickly reached her fifth climax. The extreme excitement had caused her body to completely sink into the climax. Her moans weakened, but her delicate body continued to tremble slightly. She tightly wrapped her arms around Chiyu's neck and softly murmured something. Chiyu held Ryua's delicate body in his arms. He still maintained the previous position, unwilling to let go. He gently kissed Ryua's forehead. He was a little surprised to find that after nearly 2 hours of madness, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was more energetic. He turned around and let Ryua lean on his body. His left hand gently stroked her back and butt. His heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Ryua panted as she said, Why is it still so hard? Isn't it already? Chiyu chuckled and kissed Ryua's lips. Do you think Master Zagru was joking when he said it was 1 against 4? I wasn't used to it the first time, but it's different now. As he spoke, he gently pushed upwards, causing Ryue to let out a low moan. Could it be that you're only a quarter? Ryue said in a panic. Chiyu gave her but a light slap and said, Silly girl, I just want to hug you and lie down for a while and I'll be satisfied. Ryue gently stroked Chiyu's chest. Chiyu, I'm sorry. I can't satisfy you. How about I call Mingming over? I'll see. That little girl won't refuse. Chiyu smiled and shook his head. No need. You've really learned bad things. Do you want to drag Mingming down with you? Ryue said unhappily. I'm doing this for you. How dare you say that I've learned bad things? Humph, I'm going to ignore you. As she spoke, she turned over and got off Chiyu's body. She lay down next to him. It wasn't that she was really angry, but that Chiyu's erect thing was still bouncing up and down. It made her a little flustered. The previous 5 times were already hard for Ryue to bear. After all, even if she was a dragon, her body still had its limits. Chiyu was silent for a while. Suddenly he said, Ryue, thank you. Ryue was stunned. She pressed her delicate body against Chiyu. What are you thanking me for? Chiyu's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. I've lived for a whole 20 years. Do you know? Today is the happiest birthday of my life. Ah. Ryue sat up abruptly. What did you say? It's your birthday today. Chiyu held Ryue's hand and nodded with a smile. That's right. Today is my 20th birthday. 20 years ago today, when I was born, I was abandoned. A kind person sent me to an orphanage. From then on, that day became my birthday. When I was young, I almost always spent my birthday alone. Sometimes when I saw other children accompanied by their parents on the road and saw those parents buying birthday cakes for their children, I would immediately hide far away. From then on, I hated any kind of dessert, especially cream. I've never had a bite since I was young. At this point, Chiyu's eyes were a little red. He seemed to see everything that happened in his childhood. Ryue did not speak. She just listened quietly. Chiyu continued. Later, when I was 10 years old, I began to wander around in society. After all, there were too many children in the orphanage. My teacher couldn't take care of them all, so she didn't have time to care about me. After that, I spent most of my birthdays with some scoundrel friends. I still remember clearly that on my birthday when I was 10 years old, it was the first time I drank alcohol. From then on, I liked the feeling of being drunk. At least, when I was drunk, I didn't have to remember anything. Until this day last year, I still spent my birthday in a drunken stupor. But I didn't expect that just after a year, everything had changed. Compared to before, I am so happy now. Ryue, thank you for giving me such a beautiful memory on my 20th birthday. Looking at Chiyu's gentle and tearful eyes, Ryue's heart trembled. Silly, why didn't you tell us your birthday earlier? It would have given us time to prepare. Chiyu shook his head gently and said, Actually, I never thought about my birthday. I heard that a child's birthday is a day of hardship for a mother. Every time I celebrate my birthday, I will think of my family who abandoned me. Although I don't know why they abandoned me, I still miss them very much. My heart is very conflicted. I hate their cruelty, but I am very eager to see my parents, even if it's just once. Ryue hugged Chiyu's head and stuck her soft face to Chiyu's. Chiyu, you must remember that you are no longer alone. You still have me and everyone. Don't be sad. I will definitely give you a birthday present. From this year onwards, I will accompany you on your birthday every year until we are old, okay? Chiyu smiled and kissed Ryue's face. You just gave me the best birthday present. What is better than my Ryue? Ryue blushed and said, It's a pity that I can't satisfy you, but it doesn't matter, I have a way. As she spoke, she broke free from Chiyu's embrace. She pressed her right hand on the bed and floated to the bedside cabinet. She opened the cabinet and took something out. Ah, Ryue, what are you doing? Chiyu asked curiously. Ryue put her right hand behind her back and mysteriously returned to Chiyu's side. She smiled strangely and said, You definitely won't be able to guess. Chi-Yu was stunned for a moment. He looked at Ryue and said, "Hurry up and let me see. I have always been very curious." Ryue stretched out her hand from behind her back and opened her palm. Chi-Yu was surprised to find that there were 2 jellies in her hand. They were beautifully packaged jellies. On the packaging of the jellies, there were 4 words, "Crystal Love." Chi-Yu had seen it on TV. This was one of the most popular jellies nowadays. However, he had never eaten this kind of thing before. Chi-Yu said, "Are you going to give these 2 jellies to me as a birthday present?" Ryue didn't know why her pretty face suddenly became very red. She whispered yes and no. As she spoke, she tore the 2 jellies apart. However, she didn't give them to Chi-Yu. Instead, she put them into her mouth and chewed them gently. At this moment, Ryue seemed to have made up her mind. She looked deeply at Chi-Yu. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. She slowly bent down. Before Chi-Yu could react, she had already opened her mouth and sucked on his erect lower body. In an instant, Chi-Yu felt a strong rush of hot blood into his brain. His vision went blank. The sudden and strong sensation from his lower body made him tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 101. This was the Crystal Love. No wonder he felt that the name of the jelly was familiar. Chi-Yu suddenly understood. He had watched a lot of porn movies in the past and heard people talking about the Crystal Love. At that time, he didn't quite understand what it meant. He didn't expect it to happen to him. What he didn't understand was how Ryue knew about this. Before she had sex with him, she was indeed a virgin. However, Chi-Yu didn't have the ability to think anymore. Although Ryue's movements were very jerky, no matter how she moved, she would give Chi-Yu a strong sense of pleasure because of the jelly in her mouth. That feeling was absolutely indescribable. This wasn't the first time Chi-Yu was being tasted. Liu Shangbing did the same thing last time, but the difference was that Ryue was completely voluntary. With the help of the jelly, it felt like she was on a whole new level. Chi-Yu's body was trembling, and his eyes had become abnormally blurry. Ryue used both hands to gently hold the erect erection and slowly sucked in and out of the high-spirited tip. Her eyes were like silk, and she didn't know when her body had a reaction again. The stimulation was too intense. Even if Chi-Yu had the romantic blood of Kirin, he didn't have much actual experience. Under this intense stimulation, it was different from the time he had sex with Ryue. It wasn't just physical pleasure. Looking at such a beautiful woman under him, the strong sense of conquest quickly brought him to the peak of happiness. "Ah, Ryue, I can't take it anymore. Get up." There was no need to detoxify this time. Chi-Yu didn't want to let Ryue bear everything. But Ryue was very firm and didn't let Chi-Yu break free. During this struggle, Chi-Yu could no longer bear the reaction of his body. A more intense ejaculation than before appeared. The vigorous feeling of spring was completely stimulated, and the seed of life spurted out again. Ryue's movement stopped for a moment. She sucked the high-spirited tip and gently stroked its extension with her small hands. It wasn't until Chi-Yu had completely ejaculated all the essence that she slowly raised her head to look at him. Chi-Yu's face had become flushed at this time, and there was a layer of fine honey sweat on his body. Even when he had sex with Ryue, his reaction was not so strong. Ryue was looking at Chi-Yu, and Chi-Yu was also looking at her. Chi-Yu was surprised to find that Ryue actually swallowed everything in her mouth. "Ryu." Chi-Yu was surprised and wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Ryue gently wiped the residue on her mouth and said softly, "I want to keep your smell. I want to keep it forever." Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, "This birthday present of yours is too big, but I really didn't expect that you even know about Crystal Love." Ryue rolled her eyes at him and said, "Are you guys the only ones allowed to watch camcorders? I have them here too, and they are all top-grade ones. Do you want to watch?" Chi-Yu hurriedly shook his head and said, "Forget it. If I watch a camcorder again, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave today." Ruyue's pretty face turned slightly red. She lightly spat and said, "You're not being serious." Chiyu chuckled. "Could it be that you're serious again? This crystal love is something that even I didn't expect, and you actually know about it. Stop it. Don't think too much. That jelly of mine wasn't specially prepared for you. Women all like to eat snacks. I can only say that you're lucky." Ryue explained in a low voice. Chiyu laughed and said, "No need to explain. I understand. What are you laughing at? I can't even laugh. Ryue, I really like this birthday present of yours. How great would it be if I could celebrate my birthday every day? Buffed in your dreams, at most once a year. If you have the ability, go tell Ming Ming." Ryue knocked on Chiyu's head, then ran to the washroom to rinse her mouth. Looking at Ryue's perfect curves, Chiyu couldn't help but be a little infatuated. After venting twice, Chiyu was now both physically and mentally refreshed, as if his entire body was filled with energy. He knew that when he joined with Ryue just now, Ryue had transferred more than half of her dragon power to him. Although it wouldn't hurt her vitality, it would at least take a few days for her to fully recover. Actually, what he didn't know was that if it wasn't for Ryue eating Swan and I meat before, perhaps she wouldn't even be able to resist his first crazy attack. Kirin's ability wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. "Get dressed, it's already late. Leave at night when it's dark, all right?" Ryue said softly. Chiyu could not bear to go against her wishes. Nodding his head, he said, "Then let's leave after dinner. But it's better if you don't tell everyone that I'm leaving. After I leave, you can mention me to explain. I'm afraid everyone will be worried about me." Ryue unhappily glared at him, saying, "Don't tell me, I can be at ease." Chiyu embraced Ryue, lightly sighing, saying, "I also don't want to leave you, but now I have no choice but to leave. I'll return as soon as possible. I hope I can have some gains in this half a year. Ryue, during the time I'm not here, you and Grandmaster must urge everyone to diligently cultivate. Everyone should eat some of that Swan and I. Now every additional day is more advantageous to us. After all, our Zodiac guardian god's strength increases the fastest." After a brief discussion with Ryue, Chiyu quietly returned to his room. Wenting was still asleep, but at this time her complexion had already calmed down. Her pretty face still had some traces of tears remaining, looking extremely lovable. Chiyu looked at the time. There were still close to 2 hours before dinner. He simply sat cross-legged next to Wenting, cultivating according to the method of his ascending Qilin method. Along with the operation of his spiritual force, the various energy molecules in the air once again began to converge in his body. Although it wasn't fast, many a little makes an ocean. Cultivating was always better than not cultivating at all. Moreover, the main purpose of Chiyu choosing to cultivate now was to calm his heart, so that he could carefully experience the exclusive skill of ink Kirin that Wenting's father imparted to him. These were the most advantageous guarantees for him and Wenting in the next 6 months. The spiritual imprint was in the deepest part of Chiyu's mind, and he easily found that deep memory. Chiyu didn't go to experience the cultivation method of his and Wenting's fusion, but directly skipped to everything about Kirin. From the tone of Wenting's father, Chiyu understood that the ability contained in Kirin must be very powerful, the 1,000 opportunities, 100 changes, Jade, Pearl domain method. As to what was so special about it, he would have to rely on his own continuous study. As for the fusion, the effect should be better when he cultivated with Wenting in the future. When Chiyu immersed himself in understanding the content, he was soon attracted by the 1,000 opportunities, 100 changes, Jade, Pearl domain method. It wasn't a simple ability, it covered a wide range of light, and could be used in conjunction with the various abilities of the Kirin clan at the same time. It was like a dragon's domain. No, it was even larger than a domain. This was because Kirin needed a lot of energy to truly unleash its power, but Kirin Yin's own spirit could save a lot of thundercloud force compared to Ryue's dragon domain. When Chiyu was awakened by Wen-Ting, he suddenly realized that the only thing he could really understand during this period of research was the 1,000 opportunities, 100 changes, jade, pearl domain. It was indeed the 1,000 opportunities, 100 changes, jade, pearl domain method. In Kirin Yin's true ability, the 1,000 opportunities, 100 changes, jade, pearl domain method. There were so many changes that he couldn't even remember a rough idea, let alone apply it. You're awake. He opened his eyes. Qiyu saw that Wen-Ting was looking at him. Wen-Ting nodded gently and said, Actually, I didn't sleep very well. I heard what you and Ryue said. Qiyu, are you really going to take me away from the dragon domain courtyard for a while? Qiyu nodded and said, I want to restore my strength, and the most important thing is your help. The beasts won't come to us. We can only find them ourselves. Moreover, your father taught me a lot of his understanding of Kirin's abilities, and we need to practice and explore at the same time. Wen-Ting said, I'll listen to you. As long as I can help you recover to your previous state, I'm willing to do anything. Then when are we leaving? Qiyu said, After dinner. I only told Ryue that we're leaving. Don't tell her later. I don't want to experience the feeling of parting. Wen-Ting smiled and said, Qiyu, maybe you haven't realized it yourself, but you're actually a very emotional person. Qiyu touched his nose and said, Maybe. It's getting late. Let's go out for dinner. Winter nights always darkened very early. Although it was only 6:00 at night, the sky outside was already dark. Qiyu walked out of the room with Wen-Ting and was surprised to find that for some reason, the lights in the corridor were not turned on and the surroundings were dark. Although this did not affect his vision, it still made him feel a little strange. Wen-Ting stuck close to Qiyu and subconsciously increased her energy. She said in a low voice, Qiyu, why is the villa so dark? Did the power go out? How is that possible? The lights in our room were still on just now. Let's go down and take a look. Although Qiyu had lost his ability, his courage did not diminish at all. He took Wen-Ting's hand and walked towards the stairs. The stairs were darker than the corridor because there were no windows, and the weak light from outside could not enter. Wen-Ting's body emitted a faint red light, so the two could see the stairs. Qiyu shouted as he walked, Ryue, master, where are you? When the two walked to the first floor, they found that the hall on the first floor was also dark. Only the ruby eyes of the white dragon statue in the hall emitted a faint light. Wen-Ting said, Qiyu, why do I feel that something is wrong, but it doesn't seem like something happened? With Ryue's strength, even if there was an enemy attack, it's impossible for there to be no sound at all. What's going on? Just as Wen-Ting asked the question in her heart, suddenly a ball of fire lit up. There was a golden luster in the fire, and Wen-Ting subconsciously moved in front of Qiyu. The fire shot straight in the direction of Qiyu, but just as Wen-Ting was about to receive the attack, the fire suddenly stopped. The light flashed, and the fire burst out completely. Tiny fire spots lit up at the same time. Under the illumination of the fire, Qiyu and Wen-Ting were surprised to see that it was a 3-layer cake on a cart, and the number of the fire spots was exactly 20. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Melodious singing came from different voices. Around the hall, balls of light were lit up, and people holding candles walked towards Qiyu and Wen-Ting from all directions. Walking at the front was Ryue and Mingming. Qiyu's eyes were wet. He finally understood everything. In this short period of time, Ryue had actually arranged all these for him. Because of his excitement, his body was trembling a little. Looking at Ryue, who was walking at the front, he choked with sobs and couldn't speak. However, his eyes had already said a lot. Wen-Ting turned to look at Qiyu in surprise. Is today your birthday? The birthday song was still singing. Qiyu nodded and said in a low voice, Why is there sand in the villa? It's getting into my eyes. The birthday song finally ended. Ryue had already walked in front of Qiyu. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Qiyu quietly. With a smile on her pretty face, she said softly, "Happy birthday to you." Chi-Yu looked at Ryue and then looked around. He found that all the Zodiac guardian warriors were here. Even Guan Ping, who was originally in a coma, appeared in the crowd. The golden flame just now was his masterpiece. Guan Ping looked very good, and his body was emitting surging energy. Needless to say, with the effect of Tao Wu's NEI pill, his strength had increased to a certain extent. "Boss, you really hid it from us. Even I didn't know that today is your birthday." Vol ran over with some dissatisfaction. Looking at Vol, Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and couldn't say anything. Every year, his birthday was the most painful time in his heart. How could he tell others about his birthday? If it wasn't for the deep happiness he felt when he fused with Ryue today, he wouldn't have said it. Ming Ming stepped forward, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Chi-Yu's face. "Happy birthday." Her action immediately caused a burst of whistles, led by Su Dong and assisted by Yen Xiaoi Huguang, and Ian Ming Ming's pretty face was slightly red. Under the candlelight, she was so beautiful that Chi-Yu couldn't help but be in a daze. Wen Ting gently pulled Chi-Yu's clothes and said in a low voice, "You, happy birthday." Although she didn't make out with Chi-Yu like Ming Ming did, her elegant and pretty face revealed a smile of blessing. Ryue reminded Chi-Yu, "Come on, it's time to make a wish, and then share the cake with everyone." Chi-Yu nodded. With every step he took, he seemed a little hesitant. At this moment, he even doubted whether everything in front of him was real. He was really afraid that this was just a dream. Even if it really was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. At this moment, Chi-Yu suddenly felt that he already had a family. The Dragon Field courtyard was his home. In this big family, he had his lover and his friends. Family and friendship also surrounded him. At this point in his life, he finally couldn't help but cry. Closing his eyes, Chi-Yu silently made his first birthday wish in his life. "Let all my friends, all my lovers, be healthy, safe, and happy every day. Let me have so many good friends and a good wife to accompany me on my birthday every year." When Chi-Yu opened his eyes, everyone had already surrounded him. Ming Ming smiled and asked, "What did you wish for?" Chi-Yu smiled and said, "I can't say. I can only tell you that this wish of mine is very greedy." "Blow out the candles," Wen Ting reminded Chi-Yu. He didn't know when, but her face was already covered in tears. There was one thing that she and Chi-Yu had in common. As an orphan, she had never celebrated her own birthday. Feeling everyone's blessings for Chi-Yu, her heart was also filled with warmth. Those kind friendships were like the warmest energy in the world, filling every corner of the Dragon Field courtyard. "Come, let's blow together." With a gust of wind, the hall darkened. Chi-Yu quickly kissed Ryue, Ming Ming, and Wen Ting's pretty faces. The lights came on. Uncle Zhou turned on the lights. He smiled at Chi-Yu and nodded. Chi-Yu also smiled kindly. At this warm moment, suddenly there was a violent knock on the door. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Ryue's face turned cold. She gave Uncle Zhou a look. Uncle Zhou was about to open the door when he heard someone shouting outside. "Master, master, quickly open the door. Am I late?" Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but smile. Aside from Jida, who else could that loud voice belong to? The door opened and Jida ran in. He panted as he ran in front of Chi-Yu. "Master, happy birthday." "Good. Good that you didn't cut the cake. It seems that it's not too late." Chi-Yu smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." Ryue couldn't help but laugh and said, "What are you calling him? He calls you master, but you call him brother-in-law." Jida laughed and said, "This is called different places. Anyway, we didn't call him wrong. Ming Ming, right?" Ming Ming said, coquettishly, "Brother, you're so bad. Chi-Yu, my brother, bullied me." Chi-Yu shrugged and said helplessly, "What should I do? He's my brother-in-law. I can't beat him up." Ryue smiled and said, "Well, cut the cake first. Chi-Yu here." She handed a slender table knife to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu took the knife and looked around. He clearly saw the happy smile on everyone's face. He took a deep breath and calmed his heart. Thank you, Dajian. I never thought that I could have such a birthday in my life. I won't say anything else. I just want to tell you that Chi-Yu being able to have friends like you in his lifetime is my greatest fortune. Our Zodiac Guardian Warriors will become the strongest in history. Come, eat the cake. Soon, the cake was distributed to everyone. Chi-Yu ate very slowly because he wanted to carefully taste the taste of the cake. His eyes mostly fell on Ryue. In just 2 hours, Ryue had called everyone back and even prepared a cake for him. Although Chi-Yu did not say it out loud, his heart was filled with gratitude for her kindness. Zagru smiled and said, "Well, the cake is finished. Let's eat." "Wait a minute." Chi-Yu hesitated and said, "There's something I want to tell you. I didn't want to say it at first, because I didn't want you to worry. But now I think it's better to tell you. Wen Ting and I will be away for a period of time, maybe half a year." The people who were about to enter the dining hall stopped when they heard Chi-Yu's words. They all knew what happened to Chi-Yu. At this moment, they couldn't help but show a surprised look. The one who had the most intense reaction was Ming Ming. "Chi-Yu, are you right? You want to leave here? Leave us?" Chi-Yu hurriedly said, "No, of course not. But I have a chance to recover my strength in a short time. This may be the only chance. If I don't grasp it, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Zagru was shocked. "What did you say? You can recover your strength?" No one knew Chi-Yu's physical condition better than him. After Chi-Yu used the ultimate Kirin arm, he carefully checked on Chi-Yu's body more than once. That body was like a black hole. It showed how much energy and potential Chi-Yu had consumed. That was an astronomical amount of energy. Moreover, the overdraft of potential meant that Chi-Yu needed to spend a lot of time to recover. 100 years was not an empty promise. Now that Chi-Yu suddenly said that it was possible to recover his strength in a short time, how could he not be surprised? No one wanted Chi-Yu to recover his strength more than Zagru. After all, if the Zodiac Guardian Warriors didn't have Kirin, they would never be able to reach the peak of their strength. Not only would they not be able to deal with strong beasts in the future, they would also not be able to fight against the Zodiac Guardians led by Yamu, who inherited Athena's bloodline. Chi-Yu's eyes shone with determination. "That's right. It's very possible that I can recover. That's why I have to leave. I can't stay in the Dragonfield courtyard. I lost my energy fighting the beasts. If I want to recover, I have to start with the beasts." Zagru said worriedly, "But what about your safety?" Ming Ming said, "That's right. What about your safety? You've already lost your abilities, and Sister Wenting is a living giant beast Sarira. Once her situation is discovered by others, it'll easily attract the beasts to attack. What will you do then? Why don't we all go with you?" Chi-Yu shook his head and said, "No, we are not only the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. At the same time, you all have your own identities. Protecting Yan Huang is important, but I don't want you to give up everything that originally belonged to you. Moreover, staying here is the most suitable place for you to train. With Master Zagru's help, it will be the most beneficial for everyone. As for my safety, you don't have to worry. Although when Ting's strength is not strong, we have already found a way to protect ourselves." Ming Ming insisted, "No, I don't believe you. Chi-Yu, if you don't have a suitable reason, I will definitely not let you go." Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting looked at each other, and Wen-Ting nodded to him. Chi-Yu said, "All right, I know that everyone might not believe me. Then I will show you. But because Wen-Ting and I have not trained in this skill, I am afraid there will be some mistakes. Everyone just needs to know that we have the ability to protect ourselves." All of you spread out a little. Hearing Chi-Yu's words, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Jida, and Master Zagru spread out, leaving an empty space in the middle of the hall for Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting. Chi-Yu's eyes flashed, and he activated his spiritual power according to the spiritual mark that Wen-Ting's father had left him. Although there were no energy waves coming from his body, He seemed to be much more spirited when he activated his spiritual power. When Ting took a deep breath, and her eyes flashed with a red light, her body spun on the spot, and a scorching hot air was emitted. A huge amount of energy was released. Fortunately, the energy was maintained within a small area. Otherwise, even if the Zodiac Guardian Warriors were fine, there would probably be nothing left in the hall. When Wen Ting's body finished spinning, her body was suddenly covered in a red light. When everyone could see her clearly, Wen Ting's body was completely covered in red scales. Even her face was covered in a layer of light, similar to the light that appeared when the Zodiac Guardian Warriors underwent a mutation. At this moment, she completely looked like a Zodiac Guardian Warrior, but the energy on her body was much stronger than the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Of course, everyone who already knew about the giant beast relic understood that although the energy emitted from Wen Ting's body was strong, it was not something that she could use. The red light gradually turned from bright red to a pale red. Wen Ting raised her right hand and pointed at Qiyu. With a flash of light, a red light shot out towards Qiyu's chest. Qiyu did not dodge and let the red light shoot into the Kirin pearl on his chest. Suddenly, the energy of the Kirin pearl was stimulated by the red light shot out by Wen Ting. In the flickering light, the purple, blue, red, and green lights that belonged to Qiyu lit up at the same time. Qiyu's Kirin aura reappeared at this moment. Although it was very weak, it really existed. However, the purpose of Wen Ting's finger was not to stimulate the Kirin aura on Qiyu's body. A dark red light shone from Qiyu's chest, and the light shone brightly. Everyone only saw a blur, and then Qiyu was wearing a cloak. Everyone had seen it before. It was the Kirin's octatic treasures, Kirin. However, the current Kirin was obviously different from before. Layers of dark red halos constantly flowed on it, and the aura of energy was released, full of domineering aura. Qiyu nodded at Wen Ting. Wen Ting let out a low shout and crossed her arms in front of her chest. At this time, her eyes were exposed from behind the light cover on her face. Her eyes had turned completely fiery red, and then the burning aura of her body increased exponentially. Almost in an instant, the hall on the first floor of the Dragonfield Villa was completely dyed into a sea of red. The blood-like light was mixed with sparkling silver light spots. Wen Ting also had a part of Kirin's bloodline. At this moment, the aura of her body was completely released. In a flash, Wen Ting had already arrived in front of Qiyu. Her body temperature was so high that when she approached Qiyu, his clothes already gave off a burnt smell. However, Qiyu did not move. He gave Wen Ting a determined look. Wen Ting took a deep breath. She first raised her right hand, and then her left hand quickly pointed at the 5 fingers of her right hand. Suddenly, dark red blood flowed out. Wen Ting's expression changed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. Just when everyone was wondering why she did this, Wen Ting's right hand suddenly moved. She did something that no one expected. As the blood flowed, Wen Ting's right hand suddenly grew 5 sharp nails that were about an inch long. With a flash of red light, her right hand directly clasped onto Qiyu's right shoulder. Qiyu let out a muffled groan. His body trembled slightly, and his face revealed an intense expression of pain. His body also slightly spasmed. At this time, Wen Ting's right hand with her nails had completely pierced into Qiyu's left shoulder. Her fingers had completely sunk into it. "Ah, what are you doing?" All the Zodiac Guardian Warriors exclaimed almost at the same time. "Everyone, don't move!" Qiyu shouted, stopping the people who were about to rush over. Wen Ting closed her eyes. Her face was a little pale. No one knew if it was because of the pain from her fingers or because she felt sorry for Qiyu. The red light instantly became stronger. Wen Ting's body became blurred again. The red light became stronger and stronger, and the scorching heat gradually turned Qiyu's clothes into ashes. Just when everyone was wondering what they were doing, Qiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone was surprised to find that it was actually the silver pupils that appeared when Chi-Yu used Kirin's ability. Chi-Yu shouted, "Fuse!" The 4 colors of the Kirin pearl on his chest erupted at the same time, almost reaching the level of Chi-Yu's peak. At the same time, the Kirin pearl on Chi-Yu's back also emitted a dark red light, completely enveloping Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting's bodies. At this moment, Chi-Yu's eyes were constantly flashing with black and silver lights. At this moment, Wen-Ting's body also underwent a huge change. Wrapped in the red light, Wen-Ting could no longer be seen. The fiery red energy was gradually shrinking. Soon, it had shrunk into a light ball with a diameter of about half a meter. Wen-Ting's fingers that were inserted into Chi-Yu's shoulder were connected, and it was completely attached to him. The muscles on Chi-Yu's face kept spasming. It was obvious that he was enduring intense pain. At the same time, his body began to emit the original 4 colors of light: purple lightning, green wind, blue water, and fiery red air currents. Every kind of energy was increasing crazily, becoming stronger and stronger. Chapter 102. Chi-Yu's body shook as he shook off the ashes of his clothes. However, what was revealed was not his naked body. Instead, he was covered in crystal clear black scales. Layers of black and silver energy waves were constantly spreading out from his body. The enormous energy belonging to Qilin once again appeared in the senses of the Zodiac guardian god warriors. Everyone could clearly feel how pure and enormous the energy contained in it was. Even if Chi-Yu was at his peak, he would not be able to reach this level. At this moment, Chi-Yu's new right arm continued to change. Originally, Kirin's arm was covered in black scales and surrounded by silver light. However, now his right arm was different. Originally, 2 black scales were mixed with a fiery red scale. The silver light was also present, and it complemented the sparkling light emitted by the fiery red scales. Compared to before, the current Kirin's arm was much stronger. It was obviously much stronger than Chi-Yu's left arm. He slowly clenched his right fist. In the process of clenching his open palm, everyone present could clearly feel the explosive energy contained in his right arm. Streaks of fiery red light constantly flickered on Chi-Yu's new right arm. Accompanied by the silver light, the powerful energy even lit up the red, diamond-shaped scales on Chi-Yu's forehead. However, this was not the end. Just as the huge right arm was clenched, a domineering aura suddenly erupted from Chi-Yu's body. The Zodiac guardian god warriors almost took a step back at the same time. Jida was even worse. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking 3 steps back. Chi-Yu let out a low roar. His upper body bent forward slightly, and 2 golden rays of light shot out from his back. It was a pair of huge golden wings, each about 2 meters long. The thick wings were completely formed by golden energy. However, they looked as if they were real. Every feather was so real. When the wings retracted, Chi-Yu's entire body was covered from his back. He had absorbed the golden-winged Great Peng Eagle's power under the effect of soul stealing. At this moment, Chi-Yu's eyes had already turned red, and a faint light flickered within them. That invisible pressure caused the Zodiac guardian god warriors to naturally feel a sense of subservience. This kind of energy aura was too terrifying, especially in the villa. Every part of Chi-Yu's body seemed to be filled with tyrannical energy. Chi-Yu raised his left hand. In a flash of light, a huge image of Kirin's head appeared out of thin air. A light wheel appeared around the image. In the silver light, a huge shield with a diameter of nearly 1 meter appeared out of thin air. The shield was full of Kirin's patterns. It was incomparably brilliant. A layer of faint light flashed and stuck to Chi-Yu's left forearm. "My God, boss, didn't you say that you had lost all your abilities? Why do you seem to be much stronger than before?" Yan Xiaoyi stared at Chi-Yu, who was like a demon god in front of him. Chi-Yu's long black and silver hair moved without any wind. His voice became much deeper than before. Everyone can see that in this state I can protect myself. However, I will also hide this from everyone. This state is brought to me by Wen-Ting's energy. We can't merge for more than an hour every day. Otherwise, it will cause harm to Wen-Ting's body. However, even if we encounter a strong enemy, I think an hour is enough. Even if we can't defeat them, with the golden-winged eagle's ability to soar 90,000 miles, we can at least choose to leave. As soon as Chi Yu's voice fell, all the light suddenly converged at the same time. The scales quickly shrank back into Chi Yu's body. With a flash of red light, his right arm had already been separated. The red light flashed, and almost in a flash, he had already dodged to Ryue's back. Only Chi Yu was left in the entire hall. Chi Yu's body swayed slightly, looking a little weak. His face had also become much paler. He smiled helplessly and said, "It's our first time merging, so it's inevitable that it's not very comprehensive. However, everyone should have seen it already. Modi, why are you running? Ming Ming, why is your face red?" Su Dong came to Chi Yu's side and held him up. He laughed softly and said, "You're going to run naked in front of the girls. How can they not be embarrassed?" Only then did Chi Yu realize that after the mutation, his body was actually completely naked. Only then did he remember that his clothes had completely turned into ashes. No wonder Wen-Ting immediately slipped to Ryue's back as soon as they finished merging. No matter how thick his skin was, it had already turned the color of pig liver. He didn't have the thundercloud force, so he couldn't summon clothes from the Kirin bead. He could only forcefully take off Su Dong's clothes, cover his important parts, and run upstairs. Hu Guang laughed strangely and said, "You blocked the front, but not the back. Chi Yu, your butt is so white. Waha." When Chi Yu changed his clothes and returned to the hall, everyone looked at him and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Master Zagru couldn't escape. *CK, what are you laughing at? This is too big. How could I forget such an important thing? Chi Yu looked at everyone who was laughing awkwardly and angrily. Haha, Chi Yu, you looked so cute just now, running naked in front of everyone. No wonder you're the king of the Zodiac. Su Dong laughed at Chi Yu unscrupulously. Chi Yu said fiercely, "Do you believe that I won't take off all your clothes?" Of course, except for the beauties. Go to hell. Do you want us to grow in needles? Modi's pretty face was red as she scolded. It was Zagru who came to solve Chi Yu's embarrassment. Looking at Chi Yu, his eyes were full of excitement. "Great, this is really great. Chi Yu, not only did you recover your strength, you're also stronger than before. We didn't lose Kirin after all. How did you guys do it?" The wound on Chi Yu's shoulder that Wen-Ting had found had already healed, but there was still some slight pain. Touching the wound on his shoulder, Chi Yu said, "This is a secret. However, this is only a temporary solution. After all, I can only have that kind of strength for an hour every day. Normally, I'm still relatively weak. This time, the reason why I brought Wen-Ting away was to perfect our fusion skill. I hope that we can fuse in the shortest time possible and fully display our strength. Only in this way can we have the ability to deal with sudden crises. Another reason is to recover my own strength as much as possible. After all, borrowing Wen-Ting's strength can't solve the root of the problem. Only by recovering my previous thundercloud force and Kirin's arm can I better improve. Otherwise, I can only maintain the 5-cloud realm for an hour every day. Maybe it's enough for now, but who knows what kind of crisis we'll face in the future. So we have to leave. The only way is to eliminate more beasts. Let me devour their energy to replenish my lost energy and potential. Only then can I recover to my previous level in the shortest time possible." Zagru nodded and said, "I understand. The heavens have finally given us the Zodiac guardian god a chance. Go, but no matter what, safety must always come first. Do you understand?" Chi Yu nodded and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry. Brothers and sisters, I'll definitely return within half a year." Wen Ting had already changed her clothes. Her elegant face had a faint smile as she stood at the side and looked at Qiyu with a gentle gaze. After using the fusion skill, she needed to experience a short period of weakness and needed a few hours to recover. However, she didn't care about it at all. When she thought that this fusion skill would definitely allow her to be together with Qiyu forever, her heart was already very satisfied. When Ting understood that the reason why this skill appeared was probably because of the father that she had never met. Qiyu walked in front of Mingming and held her little hand. Looking at Mingming, whose eyes were slightly red, he smiled and said, "Are you reluctant to part with me?" Mingming curled her lips and said, "Who would be reluctant to part with a ruffian like you? Go quickly." Although she said that, she had already jumped into Qiyu's arms while choking with sobs. Qiyu hugged Mingming's delicate body with one arm and comforted her. "Mingming, be good and complete your studies well. I'll definitely return before July. At that time, we still have to go to Greece together. At that time, we can see the Aegean Sea together." Mingming raised her head and looked at Qiyu with teary eyes. "You really can't not leave?" Sighing inwardly, Qiyu gritted his teeth and nodded. "Then you must come back early. Also, remember to call me every day to tell me that you're safe." Since it was another call, it was impossible for Qiyu to refuse. Thus, he could only nod his head and comfort Mingming a few more times before she stopped crying. "Qiyu, we don't have anything to give you since you're about to leave. Let me help you before you leave." Guan Ping came to Qiyu's side and patted his shoulder. Qiyu was astonished to discover that all the Zodiac guardian god warriors were glowing with their own energy auras. Furthermore, these energy auras were completely locked onto him. He immediately understood what they wanted to do and quickly said, Don't do this. You won't be able to recover for a few days." Zagru smiled and said, "Just take it. It's a birthday gift that we prepared for you." The faint light gradually became stronger, and all kinds of different colors shone at the same time. Except for Vol and Yen Xiaoi, the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors almost completed their origin formutation at the same time. 9 pure and rich ascending cloud art energies were transmitted into Qi Yu's body from different directions. The Zodiac Guardian Warriors' cultivation method was originally from the same source. Everyone worked hard at the same time. The thundercloud force condensed into one in Qi Yu's body and quickly circulated around his 7 meridians and 8 meridians. Under the control of everyone's spiritual power, the thundercloud force condensed and did not dissipate. It was only slowly absorbed by Qi Yu's body. Every time they completed a thundercloud revolution, Qi Yu could clearly feel that his body was enriched. He knew that the Zodiac Guardian Warriors were using the thundercloud force to help him recover his potential. If they did this, not only would they use up the thundercloud force, they would also hurt their vitality. Although no one said anything, Qiyu firmly remembered this kindness in his heart. Even Qiyu himself did not know how long had passed. When he woke up from his cultivation, all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, including Ruyue and Mingming, were gone. In the hall, only Master Zagru, Wen Ting, and Jida were left. It was already very late at night. Qiyu opened his eyes. The feeling of weakness after using the ultimate Kirin's arm had completely disappeared. His body became as strong as before. Although he still could not feel the thundercloud force, he was very clear that his body had taken a big step towards recovery. Everyone has gone back to rest. Qiyu, take care of yourself. Zagru looked at Qiyu and nodded to him with a smile. Qiyu said, "I won't say thank you. Please tell the brothers that I will come back as soon as possible. Master, I'm leaving. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my family. I think you will have to go down the mountain to gain experience in society for a long time." Zagru smiled and said, "As a heavenly Een, this is my responsibility." Before leaving Dali, I had a long chat with Master Chongsheng. He told me everything about his experience. He also imparted his understanding of Buddhism to me. It's a pity that great Master Chongsheng is about to pass away. Rest assured, I won't leave the Zodiac guardian god warriors before you fully recover. Chi Yu glanced towards the south. Although he had only met Great Master Chongqing briefly, he still had a deep respect for the previous heaven's guide in his heart. Could he be blamed for the destruction 100 years ago? No, perhaps it was all fate's arrangement. But the same thing must never happen to the Zodiac guardian warriors of his generation. Master, Jida looked at Chi Yu. Brother-in-law, do you have any instructions? Chi Yu smiled as he walked in front of Jida and lightly punched the latter's firm chest. Jida said, Master, remember the token that the old man gave you. It should be useful for you when you go out. Also, you must come back alive for yourself and for my sister. Now, I'm telling you as Ming Ming's brother. Chi Yu smiled and said, Don't worry, my life is very tough. Jida said in a bad mood, I really don't know if Ming Ming's choice of you is right. As he said that, he subconsciously looked at Wen-Ting beside Chi Yu and said in a low voice, You pervert! You can't bring back another woman this time. Don't you have enough? Brother-in-law, you don't have to be so direct. Do you think I still have the mood to chase after girls? Jida curled his lips and said, That's not necessarily true. Who can say for sure? Even Ruiyue, who has such a strong character, would be attracted to you, let alone ordinary little girls. Anyway, you have to be careful. If Ming Ming is wronged in the future, even if you are my master, I won't let you go. Chi Yu shook his head helplessly and said, All right, I've heard this more than once. How can you not let me go? As he said that, he took Wen-Ting's hand and pressed it on the Kirin pearl on his chest. Wen-Ting understood and released a beam of energy. With a flash of light, a small booklet appeared in front of Chi Yu. Chi Yu reached out and grabbed the booklet. A faint light flashed in Chi Yu's eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the booklet in his hand and said, Jida, you've called me master for so many days. I don't have anything to give you. A few days ago, when we were free, I summarized some useful things from my Kirin skills. It should be of some use to you. Take it and practice well. Don't embarrass the old man in your soul of Yanhuang. Ting-Ting, let's go. As he said that, he took Wen-Ting's hand and walked out of the villa. Jida lowered his head and saw that the booklet in his hand was about 20 pages long. It was made of printed paper that was cut in half and bound together. There was no cover. On it were some simple pictures, names of meridians, and some other notes. The pictures looked a little rough. Obviously, it was drawn by Chi Yu himself. Thinking back to how busy the Zodiac guardian god had been these days, Jida couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Even with so many things to do, Chi Yu still didn't forget to write down these cultivation experiences for him. This kind of heart was worthy of the word master. Master, have a safe journey. Chi Yu's footsteps paused for a moment as a faint smile appeared on his face. He truly felt that Jida had called him master more sincerely than any other time in the past. Chi Yu held Wen-Ting's hand and walked out of the Dragonfield courtyard. Once they were out of the main gate, his footsteps stopped. Wen-Ting said, Where are we going now? Chi Yu thought for a moment and said, To buy a car. Buy a car? Wen-Ting looked at him with some surprise. No need. Didn't I let you drive my car last time? We can drive that one. Chi Yu shook his head and said, No, your car is a sedan. Since we are going to travel around the country, a sedan can adapt to all kinds of road conditions. So, I decided to buy an off-road vehicle. Then we can go on our way. As for your original car, leave it at the Dragonfield courtyard. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Wen-Ting said with some embarrassment, I don't have much savings here. The better off-road vehicles are very expensive. Chi Yu said with a smile, You don't have to worry about money. Do you think I, your husband, will let my wife spend money on a car? Wen-Ting laughed and said, You have money? Is it the prize money for designing underwear? Well, of course not. When Chi Yu thought of the scene at Fingyan Underwear Company, although he was very thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. He looked up at the sky and said, It's still early. let's go for a while. Wen Ting nodded gently and said, okay. The two of them didn't bring any luggage. They just held hands. They slowly walked along the airport highway towards the city. Winter nights were always long and cold at the same time. Although the northern wind tonight was not strong, it still brought a faint chill to the body. Wen Ting was of the fire attribute, so she naturally wouldn't be afraid of this little bit of cold wind. Qi Yu had just recovered his physique with the help of the Zodiac guardian god warriors. The cold wind on his body only brought him a comfortable feeling. The two of them walked quietly, no one spoke. It was rare that there was some moonlight tonight. Qi Yu occasionally looked at Wen Ting. Her originally elegant temperament was now even more elegant and refined. With a beautiful woman accompanying him, it was difficult to feel tired no matter how long the road was. For some reason, Qi Yu didn't want to walk to the end of the road. It seemed that the longer the road, the better. The two of them walked for more than 2 hours. The time they spent cultivating in the Dragon Field courtyard was really long. After 2 hours of walking, they arrived at the ring road of the capital. The sky also brightened at this time. The morning air was very clean. Qi Yu moved his body and said with a smile, Ting Ting, are you tired? Wen Ting smiled and said, what do you think? Even an ordinary person like you isn't tired. How can I be tired? But where are we going? Qi Yu thought for a moment and said, there's still some time before the car shop opens. Why don't we go eat some breakfast? Okay, the cake we ate last night has already been digested. As soon as Wen Ting heard about eating, her eyes suddenly lit up. Since you are so rich, why don't we go eat seafood for breakfast? I know a very good restaurant nearby. Qi Yu just remembered that Wen Ting's appetite was not inferior to his. He said with a wry smile, if it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to feed you. Wen Ting said grumpily, you're so annoying. Do I eat so much? Qi Yu smiled and said, Ting Ting, do you know? When we came back from Gue Street, I used to think that you were one of our Zodiac guardian warriors. Wen Ting was stunned and said, Zodiac guardian warrior? What do you mean? Qi Yu let go of Wen Ting's hand and suddenly ran forward. You still don't understand? You're so stupid. I thought you were a pig in the Zodiac. Except for pigs, no one can eat as much as you. You. Don't run. Stop. Wen Ting's pretty face was red as she chased after Qi Yu, who was laughing. They continued to run forward, one chasing the other. At this time, Qi Yu suddenly saw a truck coming from their direction. It was normal to have a truck on the road, but what surprised Qi Yu was that the truck had been going in the opposite direction. And it was very fast. The car was shaking slightly as if it was drunk, and the direction of the truck didn't seem to be going in the same direction. It was going in one direction. On the side of the road, not far from the truck, there was a bridge. Under the bridge was a dry river, and the drop was at least more than 20 meters. The truck was about to rush off the bridge. Without any hesitation, Qi Yu immediately changed the direction of running and ran to the truck. At this time, he had forgotten that he had lost his ability. Qi Yu, be careful, Wen Ting exclaimed. Although her ability wasn't strong, it wasn't a problem to stop a Mercedes-Benz truck. But the problem now was that Qi Yu had already rushed to the truck's path and was about to be hit. At this critical moment, Wen Ting shouted without any hesitation, Qi Yu, fuse! With the experience from the first time, Wen Ting's movements were much more skilled this time. Her graceful body drew a red arc in the air and almost instantly rushed to Qi Yu's side, directly fusing into his right arm. Qi Yu only felt a pain in his right shoulder, and a surge of energy instantly rushed into his body. When fusing with Wen Ting, not only could he reach the strength of 5 clouds, but he was also directly in the process of his original form mutation. The truck was very fast, but Wen Ting was even faster. When the truck rushed to the front of Qi Yu, his mutation was already completed. He roared. The surging energy formed a wall in front of Qi Yu, forcibly blocking the truck's path. In order not to hurt the people in the truck, Chi-Yu's energy control was very clever. The two thundercloud force, wind and water, were mainly used to quickly reduce the truck's impact. The truck was driven by the front wheels. Chi-Yu conveniently lifted the front of the truck, causing it to lose the ability to continue moving forward. Ah! A scream came from the truck. A driver who looked to be in his 40s looked at everything in front of the truck with his mouth agape. He didn't break the traffic rules on purpose, but because he was too tired after driving for a long time, he actually fell asleep while driving. That was why the truck was driving in the wrong direction just now. Chi-Yu shouted, "Put out the fire!" The driver's hands were a little shaky, but he still did it subconsciously. The truck landed again. Chi-Yu clearly felt that the energy connection between him and Wen-Ting was not close enough, especially when he was in a hurry. At this moment, there was already an intense pain in his right shoulder, and the energy was also leaving him. His figure flashed, and he was already next to the truck. He suddenly pulled down the door, and his red eyes stared at the driver. He said in a low voice, "Are you crazy? If you want to kill yourself, go home." No. Don't kill me, I was just asleep." "Monster! Monster!" Chi-Yu couldn't help but feel bitter. The dignified Kirin was called a monster, and the reason why the truck was driving in the wrong direction was actually because he was asleep. It really made him not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "All right, since there's nothing else, drive carefully. Forget everything you saw just now." After saying this, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of the driver. The driver's pants were already wet. Although Chi-Yu looked very mighty, his whole body was covered in scales, and he had a pair of wings on his back, which still left an indelible impression on the ordinary driver. He suddenly woke up from his sleep and then saw the scene just now. The driver was so scared that he wet his pants, and for a while he couldn't drive. 1,000 meters away, Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting's bodies separated. As soon as Wen-Ting separated, she immediately said angrily, "Are you crazy? I think you're the one who wants to kill yourself. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have been knocked off the bridge just now." Chi-Yu said a little awkwardly, I didn't do it on purpose. I just forgot that I had lost my original ability. Stop, don't be angry. In the future, I promise I won't do it again." In the future? There's still a future? When Wen-Ting was angry, she looked a bit like the sun and the moon. Chi-Yu quickly smiled apologetically and said, "No, of course not. At that time, I was just anxious to save people, so I didn't think that much. That driver is really not an ordinary idiot. He actually fell asleep while driving. His boss must be very black-hearted." Wen-Ting's anger gradually subsided after she vented a few words. After all, Chi-Yu was also trying to save people. However, her face was very pale and she looked very tired. Previously, in order to complete the fusion with Chi-Yu in the shortest time, she almost completely stimulated her energy in an explosive manner. Although she saved Chi-Yu in time, it consumed a lot of her energy. In the case that the two of them had not reached a real tacit understanding, it was very dangerous to encounter such a situation. Chi-Yu also saw that Wen-Ting's physical condition was not good, but he didn't have thundercloud force now, so he couldn't do anything for a while. He could only take Wen-Ting's hand and sit down by the roadside, letting Wen-Ting take a rest first. Wen-Ting panted slightly while adjusting her physical condition. She closed her eyes, and her pale face had an additional flush at this time. Chi-Yu sat next to Wen-Ting, not daring to have a moment of carelessness. At this time, Wen-Ting's condition was very weak. From last night until now, they had done the fusion twice in a row, but they hadn't really practiced the cultivation method of the fusion. Chi-Yu was fine, but it put a lot of burden on Wen-Ting's body, and it would take a long time for her to recover. "You too. Hey, I'm talking to you two." A voice suddenly came. When Chi-Yu looked, he saw a patrol police car parked not far behind them. A policeman was getting out of the police car, pointing his baton at the two of them and shouting. When Chi-Yu saw the policeman, he quickly stood up, "Mr. Policeman, what's the matter?" The policeman walked to Chi Yu's side. At this time, another 3 policemen got out of the police car. The policeman who shouted at Chi Yu looked like he was in his 20s. He looked at Chi Yu, and then looked at Wen-Ting, who was sitting on the ground with a bad expression. He snorted coldly. "It's so early in the morning, and it's so cold. What are you doing?" Chi Yu was stunned for a moment. I was walking with my friend on the road. She's a little uncomfortable, so I sat down to rest for a while. The policeman looked at Chi Yu in confusion. When his eyes returned to Wen-Ting, he could no longer look away. After completing the last transformation of the Ultralisk relic, Wen-Ting became more beautiful than before. Although her body was a little weak now, it still couldn't hide her refined temperament, not to mention the young policeman in front of her. Even if it was any normal person, they would probably be attracted by her beauty. "Is she your girlfriend?" The policeman continued to ask. Chi Yu nodded and said yes. Chapter 103. Chi Yu helplessly handed over his ID card and said, "I don't have a job. I'm currently unemployed." The police looked at Chi Yu's ID card and then looked at Wen-Ting. "Let's go. Follow us to the police station." Chi Yu was slightly angry. "Why are we going to the police station? I didn't break the law." The police snorted and said, "Now I'm suspecting you of kidnapping a woman. Let's go. Get in the car. Do you want me to handcuff you?" "Bullsh *T. You're the one who King kidnapped a woman. What evidence do you have?" Chi Yu was furious, not to mention that he was now the king of Zodiac, Kirin. Even if he was the ruffian from before, he wouldn't be able to tolerate such a false accusation. The police said disdainfully, "You look ordinary and dress ordinary. This lady is obviously not the same kind of person as you. You don't even have a job. How could she be your girlfriend? Before these doubts are solved, you have to go to the police station with us." "Of course. If this lady can wake up and testify for you, it's fine too." Wen-Ting was now in the state of cultivation. It was not that easy for her to wake up. Chi Yu said, "You're obviously framing me. You're simply a dog looking down on me." The police's eyes were burning with anger. "Who are you calling a dog?" Chi Yu stared at him disdainfully and said, "I'm talking about you. What's wrong?" He definitely couldn't let the police take him and Wen-Ting away. Wen-Ting was most afraid of being disturbed when she was in the state of cultivation. What made Chi Yu depressed was that he had lost the ability of Kirin. These police looked like criminal police, and they all had guns. The diamond badge that General G gave him was still in the Kirin bead. Without Wen-Ting's help, he couldn't take it out at all. For a moment, he couldn't help but be in a dilemma. How should he deal with the situation in front of him? The policeman heard Chi Yu's insulting words and immediately took out the handcuffs. He grabbed Chi Yu's wrist with a simple grappling motion. However, he only grabbed an empty sleeve. Only then did he realize that Chi Yu did not have a right arm. Although Chi Yu had lost his thundercloud force, he still had some foundation. He turned his body, lowered his right shoulder slightly, and hit the policeman's chest. The young policeman was inexperienced, so he was pushed back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Chi Yu said coldly, "I'll make a call now and ask someone to come over and testify for me." The young policeman was furious when Chi Yu rebuked him. "What are you talking about? How dare you attack a police officer? Let's capture him first." When the other policemen saw that their companions were at a disadvantage, they immediately rushed up without hesitation. They did not take out their pistols. However, the electric batons with electric sparks had already surrounded them, and the young policeman who was pushed back by Chi Yu walked toward Wen-Ting. Obviously, he wanted to take Wen-Ting away with him. The situation at this time suddenly made Chi Yu anxious. Without thundercloud force, how could he deal with 3 high-voltage electric batons? He really felt the sadness of losing his ability. Just a few ordinary policemen had forced him into such a situation. The flames of anger burned in his chest. He ignored the 3 policemen who surrounded him and rushed directly to the policeman who had been pushed away by him. "You still dare to resist." The 3 electric batons hit Chiyu's back almost at the same time. However, to the policeman's surprise, Chiyu's original position did not change. He was not affected by the batons at all. He just flashed and stood in front of the young policeman. Although he only had one left hand, Kieran's skills were not ordinary. With a simple step, Kieran had already circled to the most unexpected position of the young policeman. In anger, Chiyu's left fist burst out the energy of his whole body in a short distance, and a heavy punch hit the policeman's ribs. The ribs were a vital point. If the strength was enough, it could kill people. With a scream, the policeman was immediately knocked to the ground by Chiyu's punch. He covered his ribs with his hands and could not get up. Chiyu straightened his chest and faced the other 3 policemen. At this time, the 3 policemen were surprised to find that the electric batons in their hands had lost all the electricity. Think about it. Even the huge thundercloud force was emptied by the ultimate Kieran's arm. Chiyu's body was like a huge energy vacuum cleaner. Although the electric current in the electric baton was very strong, it was immediately swallowed by Chiyu's body when it touched his body. Unfortunately, this ordinary electric current could not play the role of replenishing energy for Chiyu. As it was swallowed, it immediately dissipated into the air. This kid is a little strange. Everyone be careful. A slightly older policeman cautiously took out his gun, and the other 2 policemen separated to the side. For a moment, 3 black muzzles were pointed at Chiyu at the same time. Chiyu was not afraid at all. He said faintly, "If you dare to shoot, then you will definitely regret your actions today. If you are smart, let me make a call now. I think the misunderstanding will be very easy to resolve." The older policeman walked to the policeman who was knocked down by Chiyu. He found that his companion had fainted. He looked at Chiyu and said, "Whether what happened before was a misunderstanding or not, your crime of assaulting a police officer is now established. If you don't want to be shot, cooperate with us and handcuff yourself first." As he spoke, he threw a bright handcuff in front of Chiyu. Looking at the handcuff, Chiyu's gaze became a little scary. "Where do you want me to handcuff myself? I only have one hand." The policeman was obviously very experienced. He pointed to a slender small tree next to him and said, "Then handcuff yourself to the tree. We will give you a chance to explain, but you must wait until we return to the police station." The anger in Chiyu's heart at this time could no longer be described with words. He was really depressed to be entangled by these policemen. In the past, he might be able to resist bullets, but now he was not much different from an ordinary person. At most, his body was a little stronger. Without the protection of thundercloud force, how could he resist bullets? Just as Chiyu hesitated and did not know what to do, there was a shrill siren. Another police car drove over. The police car quickly stopped behind the previous police car. This was a police car that had been converted from a German car. It was obviously much more advanced than the previous one. The door opened and a person got out of the car. What happened? A pleasant voice sounded. When Chiyu looked up and saw the person in front of him, he could not help but be completely stunned. "Captain, we received a report from a truck driver that there was a monster with wings nearby. When we passed by here, we saw this guy with a beautiful lady. It was a little strange, so we came up to question him. Who knew that he would actually attack a police officer? Yang Li has been knocked out by him. You came at the right time. We were just about to take him back for interrogation." The person who got out of the car was also a police officer. From the stars on her shoulder, it could be seen that her position was much higher than the ordinary police officers before. Her neat police uniform and proper police had made her look valiant and valiant. She looked like a domineering flower in the movies. The policewoman was very tall. Although the color of the police uniform was very dark, it still could not hide her impressive figure. When Chiyu saw her clearly, he was completely stunned. When the policewoman saw him, her reaction was even more intense. She almost rushed in front of Chiyu and said hoarsely, You're not dead?" The policewoman, who was called Captain, was no other than Lu Shangbing from the Covenant of Darkness, whom he had not seen for a long time. Chiyu shook his head helplessly and said, "Do you really want me to die, Miss Lu?" Lu Shangbing's eyes lost some of the wildness from before, but were now filled with a sense of righteousness. Her body uncontrollably trembled violently as she looked at Chiyu. Her eyes revealed extremely complicated emotions, and she did not know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Chiyu's empty right sleeve. She said in surprise, "Where's your arm? Why is your right arm missing?" Chiyu said indifferently, "Miss Lu, shouldn't you first solve the problem in front of you before asking me other questions?" Only then did Lu Shangbing realize that there were other people beside her. She waved her hand and said, "You guys go first. I'll take care of things here." The slightly older policeman hesitated for a moment and said, "But, Captain, this guy is very dangerous. Moreover, Yang Li has already been knocked out by him. You can't ignore the public for personal reasons." Lu Shangbing snorted coldly, "Are you guys joking? If he wanted to touch you guys would have gone to hell long ago. Leave immediately. I'll take responsibility for this matter. If there are any consequences, I'll bear it alone." The three policemen who were still conscious were subordinates after all. They did not dare to say anything more. They brought the unconscious policemen to their cars and left. Hearing the siren of the police cars driving away, Chiyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, luckily Lu Shangbing arrived in time. Otherwise, the situation today would not have been easy to resolve. Lu Shangbing looked at Wenting, who was still meditating, and said, "What's wrong with you? Where's your right arm?" Chiyu sighed and said, "Come, let's sit down and talk." As he spoke, he sat down beside Wenting. Lu Shangbing also sat down. Her eyes were full of doubt. Chiyu said, "Do you remember the purpose of the Dark Council coming to Yanhuang?" When Lu Shangbing suddenly heard the words Dark Council, his body trembled uncontrollably. He nodded and said, "I remember. Could it be them?" Chiyu shook his head and said, "Although the Dark Council is strong, they are not strong enough to make me lose my right arm. The reason why I became like this is because of their mission. In order to fight against a strong enemy, I became like this. This is my friend. He's resting here because his energy was depleted. Fortunately, you appeared in time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to deal with those policemen." Lu Shangbing asked doubtfully, "With your strength, would you be afraid of the police?" For some reason, in front of Lu Shangbing, Chiyu had no intention of hiding anything. He said indifferently, "If I was still the Chiyu of the past, do you think I would have waited for you to arrive? Your subordinates would have long been lying on the ground. Can't you feel that I no longer have any energy waves on my body?" Lu Shangbing was shocked. She could indeed feel that there were no strong energy waves on Chiyu's body. Previously, she thought that Chiyu's ability had reached the realm of returning to one's natural state, so he could hide his energy aura. Now that she heard what he said, she couldn't help but be shocked. The way she looked at Chiyu changed. Chiyu smiled and said, "Don't worry. I lost my energy because I lost my right arm. It has nothing to do with you. The truck driver that the policeman said reported the incident was done by my friend. The driver fell asleep and almost fell off the bridge. That was why we saved him. I didn't expect him to report the incident. However, I'm also very curious. How did you suddenly become a policeman?" Lu Shangbing didn't ask too much about Chiyu's energy. She lowered her head and said, "Can you first tell me why you didn't die? I went to the roof to look for you, but there were only traces of blood." Chiyu smiled and said, "Why? Are you planning to kill me again?" Lu Shangbing suddenly raised her head and looked at Chiyu. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Her gaze became even more complicated. Chiyu said, At that time, even I thought that I was done for. My central nervous system was destroyed, and my body was seriously injured. However, I was indeed lucky. Before we met, my strength had a breakthrough, and I learned a new ability to heal myself. I stayed on the roof for a night and finally struggled back from the edge of death. Lu Xiangbing couldn't help but ask, "Since your self-healing ability is so strong, why did you lose all your strength now?" Qi Yu sighed and said, "This is different. It's more troublesome to explain. Anyway, what was lost was lost. What about you? How did you become a policeman?" Lu Xiangbing said, "Maybe it's God's arrangement. That day, after I left the roof, my heart was already in despair. At that time, I really didn't know what to do. I have the blood of Yan Huang in my body. At that time, I thought that I was going to die, but even if I died, I didn't want to go back to the dark parliament, the place that gave me nightmares. I could only wander on the road alone. When I walked to a place that I can't even remember the name of, I suddenly saw a recruitment notice for the society. It said that there was a lack of police force in the capital, and they were recruiting people who were good at fighting. They didn't need to ask about my education. I walked in with a glimmer of hope. It's funny now that I think about it. During the interview, none of them believed that I could become a policeman." Qi Yu said with a smile, "Then you proved everything with your strength, right?" With Lu Xiangbing's ability, even the best special forces soldier might not be her match. She had the speed of a leopard, and with the ability that she had been through harsh training since young, how could an ordinary policeman compare to her? Lu Xiangbing nodded and said, "Yes, in the combat test, I defeated everyone, including the examiner. So I was finally hired." Qi Yu said doubtfully, "That's possible. You don't have a mainland ID. Why would they dare to hire you?" Lu Xiangbing said indifferently, "I have ID. Before coming to Yan Huang to work for the Dark Parliament, because I have the blood of Yan Huang in my body, the Dark Parliament used special channels to forge a seamless identity for me. With my identity document and my strength, I became a police officer in Yan Huang. After that, with the completion of a few special missions, I became the captain of this branch's criminal investigation team. Although my qualifications were not enough, my strength made the higher-ups look at me in a new light, and they made an exception to promote me." Qi Yu laughed. "That's interesting. In the past, even if you beat me to death, I would never have thought that you would become a policeman." Lu Xiangbing lowered her head again. "Qi Yu, do you hate me?" Qi Yu smiled and said, "If I hated you, do you think I would tell you that I lost my ability? Now, you probably don't think that I am still lying to you. I think you should have understood everything after so much time has passed." Lu Xiangbing nodded painfully. "I know that saying sorry is useless, but Qi Yu, at that time, Qi Yu sighed softly and said, "I don't blame you. I was too careless and neglected your feelings. If it were anyone else, they would also think that I am a pervert. After all, that method of curing the poison was too shocking. I have never blamed you. You are a pitiful person. Xiangbing, cherish the life you have now, since you have left the Dark Parliament. From now on, don't think about what happened in the past. Just treat it as you have gotten a new life. Make good use of this opportunity. I think you will definitely get the happiness you deserve." Lu Xiangbing's shoulders shook slightly. Why do you treat me so well? I almost killed you, but you don't hate me at all. Why? Qi Yu, tell me why." The ground in front of her was already somewhat moist from her sparkling tears. Qi Yu smiled and said, "Even I don't know why. Don't think that I am a good person. If you were a man, perhaps I would have already killed you. I used to be a hooligan, a ruffian. My immunity towards beautiful women has always been very weak. Naturally, I am much more tolerant." Lu Xiangbing suddenly raised her head and looked at Qi Yu. "No, you're not that kind of person. Definitely not." Qi Yu shrugged and said, "You see, I told you the truth, but you did not believe me. I am not a good person in the first place. There is no need to hide it. Of course, your experience has indeed moved me. I have said that, like you, I am also an orphan. We are the same. We all have our own sad stories. What is there to blame? The past is in the past. You don't have to think too much about it. Actually, I have also looked for you, but I did not disappear. Seeing that you have become a police officer, I am really happy for you. Live well. Yan Huang is a place suitable for you. Lu Xiangbing looked at Qiyu with teary eyes and murmured, You gave me a new life this time, but can I really leave the Dark Parliament? As long as they want to, they will definitely find me. Even I find it strange that after so long, they still have not come to find me. Qiyu said, What is so strange about that? The Dark Parliament has indeed sent many experts this time, but they have all returned in failure. Perhaps you do not know, but for that so-called sacred source, the Vatican has sent even more experts than you. A cardinal led 5 red-robed archbishops, as well as a holy knight and a knight of light. You do not have to worry about the Dark Parliament. I will help you settle it. You? How are you going to help me? You mean to tell me that the Dark Parliament has suffered heavy losses in Yan Huang this time and can't care about me now? Lu Xiangbing's tone was tinged with surprise. She really liked her current life, especially since so much time had passed and she had gotten used to everything now. She had always been afraid that the Dark Parliament would find her again. She knew very well how the Dark Parliament dealt with traitors. Qiyu said, You can understand it that way. Do you know Klinsmann? Lu Xiangbing's body trembled. Of course I do. He is one of the 13 Dark Parliament members and also the strongest vampire. He controls the most powerful family among the vampires. He is known as the top expert of the blood race. Qiyu said, This person has already returned to the Dark Parliament. I still have some relations with him. I will ask him to help settle this matter later, so that the Dark Parliament will not pursue your matter. You know Prince Klinsmann, but aren't you, Ming Ming, going against the Dark Parliament? Lu Xiangbing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Qiyu frowned. You have already left the Dark Parliament. Don't use the term us anymore. I can only say that there are no eternal enemies in this world. Not everyone in the Dark Parliament is bad. Aren't you an exception? Lu Xiangbing laughed bitterly. If you knew how much blood my hands are stained with, I wonder if you would still say that. Qiyu sighed. The past is the past. You are an assassin created by the Dark Parliament. Do you think you have a choice? The fact that you've made it this far is proof of the innocence in your heart. Since that is the case, why can't you give yourself a chance? Don't worry. I will definitely help you with this matter. There's an old saying in Yan Huang, if you help someone, help them all the way. Lu Xiangbing fell silent. She gripped her police uniform with both hands, and her aura was clearly unstable. Qiyu, I owe you. Not because you want to help me solve my problems. I owe you 2 lives. One is yours and the other is mine. Back then, you saved me and cured me of the poison. But I repaid your kindness with ingratitude and almost killed you. I will forever owe you these 2 lives. No matter what you want me to do, just say the word. I will definitely do it, even if it is against my will. Qiyu smiled. Then I still lack a wife. Can you be my wife? Are you willing to have me? You want someone like me, who used to belong to the darkness? Lu Xiangbing looked straight at Qiyu. Oh, why not? No one is born to belong to the darkness. I told you, you didn't do it willingly. But what I said just now was really just a joke. You are so beautiful, and I am already a cripple. Why should I marry you? Besides, you might have guessed that I have more than one wife. I don't care. I don't care about anything. I owe you. I am willing to use my whole life to repay you. The premise is that you are willing to have me. Lu Xiangbing looked at Qiyu without any intention of backing down. Xiangbing, it seems that you still don't understand love. How can true love be repaid with money? Do you think this is the old society? This is unfair to you. Besides, I didn't do anything for you. Although I cured you of the poison, you also let me experience the most wonderful pleasure of a man. We don't owe each other anything." Lu Shanbing's face reddened when she heard Qi Yu mention a man's greatest pleasure. "I won't change my mind once I've decided on something. You just need to tell me if you're willing to have me or not. You were the one who said that you wanted me to be your wife. Your words are like spilled water. You can't regret it. I hate to be honest. Shangbing, if a beauty like you is willing to be my wife, why wouldn't I be willing? But I can't even protect myself now, let alone others. I will leave the capital in a few days. I will travel around the country to find a way to recover my strength." "That's good. After I recover, we can discuss this again, okay? Right now, I really don't have the mood to talk about this. I think you can understand the pain of losing all my energy." Shangbing's stubborn gaze softened. "Okay, I believe that you will definitely recover. Even if you really can't recover, you must return to the capital. I will wait for you. If you don't come back for a day, I will wait for a day. If you don't come back for a year, I will wait for a year. If you don't come back for a lifetime, I will wait for you for a lifetime." Ugh. This was really a trap of his own making. It seemed that she wasn't easy to fool. Qi Yu thought to himself. He did have a good impression of Lu Shangbing, but he already had 3 wives. Before he left, Jita had just reminded him. Moreover, his body was in such a condition. How could he give Lu Shangbing any guarantee? He nodded helplessly. "Shangbing, I will definitely come back. But you don't need to wait for me. Relationships are fated. At least we are friends." Lu Shangbing looked at Qi Yu. The complicated look in her eyes gradually disappeared. She said dreamily, "Qi Yu, do you know? After I found out that the poison in my body had been cured, my heart was in so much pain. You are the only man that I have ever liked in my life. After the intense hatred I had for you, I found out that my understanding of you was completely wrong. My heart was in so much pain. At that time, I wanted to immediately follow you to the underworld. But every time I thought of what you said to me on the rooftop, I told myself to be strong and live on. I always hoped that you would be lucky because I didn't find your corpse. I still hoped that you would be alive, but I know the condition of the central nervous system very well. So, in my subconscious, I still thought that you were dead. Now, you have finally appeared in front of me again. I don't know what romance is, but I am not as ignorant as you said. I know what I am thinking. I love you, really. When you saved me on the rooftop and let me go again, I had already fallen in love with you. Your strength and your tolerance are incomparable to the men I used to know. I won't say anything else, but I can tell you with certainty that I will definitely wait for you. I will wait for you to recover." Qi Yu looked at Lu Shangbing blankly. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. Lu Shangbing suddenly stood up as if she had made a decision. She said to Qi Yu, "Wait here for a moment. I will be back soon." With both feet on the ground, she once again displayed the speed of a cheetah in front of Qi Yu. Almost in a flash, she got into the car that she drove when she came. With the roar of the engine, the car shot out like an arrow. Qi Yu watched Lu Shangbing leave in a daze. He suddenly felt very relaxed. Lu Shangbing finally understood his good intentions. The misunderstanding was completely resolved. This made Qi Yu feel very good. However, the problem that followed was also presented in front of him. She said that she would wait for him for the rest of his life. How could he explain this to Ryue and the others in the future? The battle between him and Ryue was because of Lu Shangbing. Forget it. There is no use thinking about it now. It is better to wait for my strength to recover first. When faced with a problem that was difficult to solve, Qi Yu did not choose to escape. Instead, he automatically ignored it. After all, it was not a fatal problem. He observed Wenting. Wenting was still cultivating. Her face had become much rosier. He estimated that she would wake up after a period of time when the energy in her body returned to normal. Lu Shangbing did not let Qi wait for too long. In just a short while, her car sped out along with the piercing sound of a police siren. The brakes screeched as the speeding police car came to an abrupt stop Even Chiyu, who had raced before, could not help but feel apprehensive at the sudden stop. He thought to himself, "This pitiful car is really a tragedy for Shangbing to see." In a flash, Lu Shangbing had returned to Chiyu's side. Her strength was indeed not weak. There was no sign of her breathing, but the police uniform on her body looked a little messy. Before Chiyu could ask her what she was going to do, Lu Shangbing had already taken off her police cap. Her slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders. The current her looked like a Barbie doll, her livelier body exuding an invisible charm. Lu Shangbing took out a rubber band from somewhere. She quickly combed her hair into a ponytail, making herself look more refreshing. Lu Shangbing. Just as Chiyu called out her name, she interrupted him. "Take it off. There should be enough time before your friend wakes up." Lu Shangbing looked at Chiyu and said with a blush, "Ah, take it off?" Chiyu suspected that there was something wrong with his ears.